morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today for another Anima event. This is the second day of the workshop that we are hosting here in Yerevan. Some of you are joining us online as well. Thank you very much for that. We have reached a high number. I'm happy to say that. Yesterday, we have mentioned that we will present today some of the Anima key results and also the tools that you could use, and we will explain you how you could use them and also what are the main advantages. Today we will jump right into that, and I'd say let's get animated, shall we? Let's start directly looking at one of the Anima key results, which is the Anima noise platform. And in this sense, I would like to already give our floor to our first two speakers. They will present a joint presentation, and the first one will be Gabriele Dackaite from Airport Regions Council. Thank you very much, Gabriele. You can start.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. For some of you, it's morning. For others, it's very early morning, me included. And this presentation is introduction to the Anima website and the noise platform. It is jointly shared with my lovely colleague, Ana Garcia from Senasa. He will take over this presentation in the middle. And we hope you will enjoy it. And let's get right into it. So let's see the content. So as you see, it is split in half. First of all, I will talk about the aim of the Anima website and the noise platform. And then my colleague Anna will take over and talk about the content of the noise platform. So firstly, maybe it is better to explain you in one sentence what is the noise platform in general. Anima website, we can all understand, it's the place for all the project's information, but what is Anima website? So it is a place where all the project results are kept. In very short description, but however, how it was born. And it was born, its main purpose is to equalize the knowledge of the stakeholders, because sometimes to have a dialogue, it's very difficult when all stakeholders have limited knowledge on some of the parts of aviation noise, because aviation noise is such a technical subject by its own that, for example, to talk with communities, it would be very difficult while you have to use some terms that the communities, for example, might not understand. So the noise platform's goal is to give you the information in such a consistent, user-friendly and simple way that everyone could understand, and then the dialogue would be easygoing and all the stakeholders could sit down in the round table and discuss the same thing with the same words, with the same understanding, and thus solve problems and find compromises. So now, Anima website and Anima noise platform, it is the place for project outcomes. And here I will present 4 main goals which we were trying to achieve while building the noise platform and the website. First of all, we focused on it being functional and simple. So this website is like 2 websites, in fact. It's multi-purpose platform which informs the users about the purpose of the project and also engages with them, the tools developed in the project. About the tools, later my colleagues will explain, Nico, Ferenc, and Roald. We hope you will enjoy those presentations as well. So also, while building the noise platform, we focused on the minimal design, so that the most important part of the platform and the website is the information, and you're not distracted with unnecessary visuals or colors. And then in the section of functional and simple, there is a new, Anna, if you can go back, please. New section serves as an archive for the past and future events, and I will showcase it all later. So firstly, I will show you, I will explain you what we tried to achieve, and then I will show it to you how we achieved it actually and how it looks now. Moving to the second point, we tried for the platform to be user-friendly. We categorize the navigation of the noise platform, which will be always visible at the left-hand side. You will see it later. Each topic and subtopic of the noise platform is followed by a description for you to orientate easier and see that this is really the information that you are looking for. or this is not the information that you are looking for, and then you don't waste your time when you read the description. And the very first subchapter of the Noise platform is the glossary. It is to familiarize the user with the terms that will be used throughout the platform. So whatever information, whatever technical terms we might use throughout the platform, you will always see the option of the glossary, where you can by one click just navigate through the glossary and see what the term actually means in that exact time. Also, we tried for the website and Noise platform to become as comprehensible as possible, so that the content of the platform could be understood by experts as well as by non-experts. Complex and technical information was rewritten using understandable language, but with the help of our experts, so we don't go to another direction, to make sure that everyone interested can understand the information just as well as experts and non-experts would do. And then in-house, we created custom graphs to simplify the information. We gave as many examples as we could. We created as many situations as we could to showcase our information and to simplify the understanding. The last part is that we want to make the Noise platform as popular as possible within the sector of aviation noise, environment, communities living around the airport. So we filled the Noise platform's content with specific keywords and metadata in order for the platform to be more visible in the search engines like Google, for example, and it would bring more traffic to our Noise platform. And whenever you Google something aviation noise, it would be one of the suggestions that we hope later you would stay for longer and explore the platform more. So now let's start with Showcase. And firstly, this is the Anima website homepage. As you see, it's very functional and simple. There are no distractions whatsoever. We have only 4 categories about Anima, Noise platform, which, as I said, will be like another website. That's why it's a multi-purpose website, news section, and contact. Here in the screenshots, you can see the homepage, and when you scroll down through the homepage, you can directly access some of the most important sections, for example, the news and some other noise, Anima Noise platform tools that are more or less the most important deliverables of the project. Here we see Anima Noise Toolset and Anima app. Let's go on to the about and contact sections. So here it's very easy, and we in about section we have not written a lot of content. We focused on quality rather than quantity, so you wouldn't be discouraged to read about the project. You would get to know immediately what you are looking for, immediately what is useful to you. For example, who is expected to benefit. We went straight to the point. And in the contact section, you can either subscribe to our newsletter, which we encourage you to do, or write us an email and we will respond you as soon as possible. Let's move on to news section. So in the news section, the most important thing are the 4 categories. As you see here, it's events, reports, videos, and news. We made sure that you can filter through these categories as much as you like. And here, let's showcase the videos category. So in the videos category, for example, you will find all the news that are that were posted before, and in each new here on the right-hand side, you can see how it looks. So for example, here we see people behind the Anima project. And we have all videos here. So it's important to mention that the news section, it is as an archive of the news, but as well as the advertisement board for the future events and articles and everything Anima is working on right now. Now let's move to another slide and see how this archive works in real life. So for example, here was the Anima event that took place in June in Vienna this year. Firstly, we created it to showcase and advertise the event, and we added the agenda, we added the registration link, However, after event ended, we have edited this new and we added the recording of the event and as well all the slides that were presented during the event. So as an example, in the website right now, we have this particular event as an advertisement for you to register with the agenda and everything that you need to be interested in the event. However, after event finishes, on the Anima website, exactly on that new that we are advertising this event, you will find a recording the same as the slides that were presented here. Of course, we will send you an email to remind you about that, but whenever you want to come back to, for example, the slide that was presented yesterday or today, you just have to go to the Anima website, find that new in the events category, and you will always have the presentations there. Now let's move to another section that is user friendliness of the noise platform. So as you see, I was talking a lot about the navigation menu on the left-hand side, and here you see it. So we have three main chapters: understanding aviation noise, implementing of a noise intervention, and experience from other airports. These are the main three parts of the platform. However, there are many sub-chapters, sub-sub-chapters, and sub-sub-sub-chapters. It sounds strange, but once you get a taste of it, once you try, you learn how to navigate, and we promise that it will all be clear and you will not get lost. And as I mentioned, the first chapter is glossary. Glossary contains all the terms that are used throughout the noise platform. If those terms are complex or too technical, you will find the explanation here. Now we can move to another section that is comprehensible noise platform and comprehensible content. Here is just 4 examples of all the graphics, infographics, explanations, examples, and stories that we created for you to understand the content easier. And I know that for some of you, you don't need any infographic to understand the text or the content that is on the platform. However, for some of you, yes. And for example, it's very useful while talking to the communities, local people are living around airports, to show them these graphs and to help to simplify the content to them. So all these graphs were developed in-house. We are very proud of them. It took us a long time to do it. Anna was a huge help here, and I thank her very much for it. And we hope that whatever you don't understand will be simplified by these graphs. And now let's move to the other point, which is CEO optimization. Just a very short introduction. I don't want to bother you with numbers. So what is CEO? It is especially the keywords that help us to be discovered on search engines like Google, Bing, or others. So just some few numbers from September. I took September as an example since today is the 1st of October. So during September, we received 1,500 page views. So this is all the website and all the noise platform. I think this is an impressive result considering we fully opened only in May. And most popular page is noise management toolset. The average reading time of this page is around 5 minutes, which is in fact all the text from top to bottom, and we are happy that users find it interesting. And the second main page is, second most popular page is Amsterdam case study, which is also very good result for us. It's 3 minutes. It's also, I think, the text from top to bottom, and I'm happy to know that the case studies, which we have plenty of in the noise platform, are interesting to our readers. And now I will give maybe the word to Anna to continue. She has a lot to explain about the content of Noise Platform.
Thank you, Gabriela. Just before Anna starts, I would like to thank you for this presentation and to tell you that Gabriela rightfully guided you for the noise platform. And now you know where you will find the recording and the presentations from this event and also the rest of the Anima results. To proceed with the next speaker, Ana from Senasa is the Spanish air and safety navigation system.
Good morning, everybody. Now is my turn, and I have a really short presentation. It's an overview of the platform, so we will be navigating. This is just an overview. Loran and Paul Hooper were explaining you yesterday all the content of the project, and this is just a summary of what we are going to present in the platform. So first of all, after the overview of all regulations and all the noise management intervention in which we were more deeply, we extracted and we realized that the know-how of the different stakeholders involved and the starting point of everybody was different. So we decided to create, and we decided that it was necessary know-how gathered, know-how platform. So we will see later how we did it. The second main point of main outcome of this part is the case studies. All the studies will be in the platform. And what is an anime intervention? Anime intervention is after the case studies, as Paul was telling to you yesterday, with the lesson learned, we implemented some new interventions and we see the results. In Work Package 3, the main outcomes were the communication and engagement advisors, the quality of life interventions, again, case studies, real cases, the Anima app for sure. Later on, we will have more information about it, and the dynamic population maps. Yesterday, you have already some information about them. And for Work Package 2, for Work Package 4, the main outcomes were the noise management toolset and the virtual community tool. And Ferenc and Nico will explain you later more of them. And finally, a last part of the project that is as so important as the rest is the future. The roadmap for aviation noise reduction in the future, it's as well in the platform. So let's navigate. This is this is our noise platform, and let's watch it.
Aviation noise is different from other traffic noise. It's not constant, so our brains can't filter it out, and that leads to annoyance. While aviation technology is constantly producing fewer decibels, the psychological aspect of aviation noise can't be ignored. And that's why the Anima project focuses on our perception of aviation noise. And if there's anything we've learned, it's that communication is key. Whether you work at an airport, live near an airport, research the aircraft industry, or draft aviation policies, the challenge remains the same. It's our point of view that's vastly different. And the first step in redefining the aviation soundscape is understanding aviation noise from the perspective of the other. That means we've all got some reading to do. Luckily, we've gathered a bunch of info in the Anima Noise platform, from basic definitions to interesting research and relevant publications. We even created several tools. The Noise Management Toolset lets you introduce different annoyance-related metrics into certain scenarios to evaluate noise exposure and its impact. And the Virtual Community Toolset allows you to visualize the impact of aviation noise on exposed communities. But you can't really measure annoyance if you don't talk to the ones affected by aviation noise. So the Anima app asks airport neighboring citizens to fill in questions about their acoustic environment at random times throughout the day. All of this is included in the Noise Research Coordination, which is a collection of international research regarding noise reduction and noise impact understanding. This helps us to create a European roadmap to improve research efficiency. And once we're all on the same page about the consequences of aviation noise on the communities, then we can start dealing with it. But implementing a noise intervention isn't just a one-time thing. The ANIMA methodology is a process of improvement that needs to be evaluated and repeated until everybody is happy. We're well aware that every case is different and no single solution fits all. But that doesn't mean that we can't learn from the experience of other airports. So have a look at the ANIMA Noise platform. Take your time and start working towards better quality of life around airports. Visit the ANIMA Noise platform now.
And this is exactly what we are going to do right now. So this is what Gabriele was telling you, an easy menu and the main page with access to all the main points, the news, the noise platform, who is expected, the communities, the tool set, the publications, research coordination, and the ANIMA app. And for sure, let's go to the platform. In the platform, why? Why not? Let's start for the end. The examples, the case study, the main case study. Each time you click in one of these arrows, you have a drop-down menu. So here, noise management interventions are the examples, the case studies that we study deeply, and they are categorized in 4 main chapters. And it depends on the affection of this measure in the noise contour and in the areas. For example, reduction of overall footprint. How can we reduce the overall footprint? For example, with an operational restriction, if you forbid all the main aircrafts, all the heavy aircrafts in one airport, you will get an overall noise reduction. We have 5 cases here that we studied deeply. All these cases has always the same structure. This is the key case with more visits, Gabriele was telling you, and we always have the same structure. An overview of the case with a map, putting you in the situation to know how many runways, where is the people, how it's it. A second point, always the nature of the case, what we were looking for this case, the objective, the approach, how we deal with this case. The process, how was the process of research? And finally, the findings. So all the cases in the platform are prepared in the same way, summarizing all of them. But most important is that in each case, you have a link, a direct link to the full case. So if you are interested in one specific case, you always can read all what this was writing about there. For example, this one has something like 7 pages, and you will have here all the information. So let's come back in these main areas. For example, changing the spatial distribution of the noise. If you change one route in the airport or one track, one flight path, you will change the annoyance, the noise from one place to another place. So this kind of cases are here. And what is this? ANIMA intervention. This is the examples, the same cases, not the same case, the cases that ANIMA was, the cases in which ANIMA experienced their own learnings. So in these cases, we have a new chapter, sorry, this one. In these cases, we have 1 point more. Not only the overview, the nature of the case study, the process or the findings, we have as well the conclusions, showing what ANIMA pretended to do, and what were our results. So I think you have here a lot of information, really interesting information to learn from others. One interesting point that was highlighted yesterday is the interdependencies. The communities are, that were suffering so many years the noise are really worried about the interdependencies between CO2 emissions and the noise. And here is an intervention that we made in Cluj, is recommended to be read. And I think it's an important point to highlight tomorrow and in the future, that we need to research more and find the balance between the CO2 emissions and the noise. I think it's really important to work more on this. In this chapter, we included as well the synergies with other sectors, because we take a look as well in what we learn from other sectors. And it's interesting to see the synergies. The second main point of the platform is the methodology. Yesterday, Paul was deeply in this methodology. It's a series of questions. What if you're an airport manager and you have a problem of noise in your airport, you need to make yourself a lot of questions, and this is like methodology to see the steps that we suggested you to follow to find, first of all, not a solution. You have to find the kind of intervention that could be more feasible for your problem. You need to identify your problem in the first place and see where it comes from and what could be the best solutions. And for sure, evaluate at the end, how could it be? And finally, for me, the more interesting part, the most interesting part of the portal, which is the place to put everybody in the same place. At the end, again, we have a huge amount of information, all the ANIMA deliverables, publications, and presentations and everything gathered here and split it into different topics about interdependencies, about noise policy and balance approach, about noise management and community engagement. For example, if we go here, we have all the publications from ANIMA, and at the end, we used to have as well a lot of publications and related publications that are not properly for ANIMA, but are really interested about the topic. For example, here, WHO environmental guidelines and the articles related to it is not a proper article for ANIMA, but it's really on the topic, is the top of the research, and we were thinking in have a repository of information here, gathering everything. The deliverables of the projects, all of them in open access with all the information. This point is key, noise coordination research. At global level, global coordination, what ANIMA did for the global coordination, American projects, Canadian projects, Russian projects, always with drop-down menus, the European coordination, all the projects, and the key and the king of this area, the roadmap for aviation noise reduction. The version that you can find in the portal is not the final version, but it will be uploaded along these last 3 months of the project. So here you can find methodology to develop this roadmap and how was the coordination to create it. And this point is the only one that is empty for now, but with but it will have all the research that can be used in future research. So everything will be gathered here. And what is important here? The important here is the 6 main areas of knowledge. Airport environment. So many times, for example, psychologists working in the area of aviation needs to know, for example, where to find flight path information, or what are the airport, or what is an airport configuration. Something really obvious for someone working in an airport is not as obvious for a psychologist working and a specialist in noise. So we try to gather here all the information to put everybody in the same place. For example, what are the scope of the regulation? I was hearing yesterday that the scope of the regulation is all the airports with more than 50 movements. Yes, but if you have an airport affecting an agglomeration, you have the duty, even if your airport is with less than 50 movements, you have to prepare as well the noise action plan and the noise maps for that airport. So we prepare here as well the scope of the methodology discussions, or all the information that you need to know, more or less. We try to gather everything, but we try to put everything in the same context. The same we did with all the noise content. We, along the process of the project, along these 4 years of project, we were with so many stakeholders, and not all of them could understand what an LQ means, what an LMAX is. Well, more or less everybody has an idea about what it is, but what is the difference between a cell and an LQ, a cell and an LMAX, or what they are used for, or all these kinds of things are here, and are here with examples, and are here with, we try to simplify as much as possible what does it mean and what is everything. Regarding the noise mapping, well, this was a huge effort to present here what is a noise mapping, why we have a noise map with certain characteristics, what is a scenario, and why, if I hear the aircraft and I'm really annoyed, I don't have a noise footprint covering my house or my area. So we try to explain here what is a noise mapping, what is the methodology to develop a map according to the directive, and the noise toolset. What can we do with this toolset that Nico will present later, which is one of the key outcomes for ANIMA. It's something for you to play for for general people, for airports, for local authorities. You have a virtual airport to play. How a change in the flight path can affect the noise contour? How can affect the noise contour if 1 year the non-preferred configuration is 15% more than the year before? All these kinds of things can be found here in pre-cooked scenarios and going directly to the tool, as we'll see later. The regulation. In the noise mapping, virtual community tool is the first tool to present the impact and not only the noise exposure. So Ferenc, we will talk much more later about this tool. I don't want to lose time here now. And the regulation. The regulation is key. The regulation is always key. And this section puts you in the content of the aviation regulation, the noise regulation, and the main health regulations that we have. And for example, yesterday was Marco saying us that the health problems or the critical, the people annoyed can be calculated with some parameters that are written in the Annex 3 of the directive. And this parameter, these algorithms come from the WHO guidelines. So a simple explanation is explained here. The health impact noise. I have to confess that at this point, it was my main challenge. I come from an airport environment. I was dealing with noise more than 20 years. So it was easy for me to understand all the rest of the points. But this point was really difficult for me to understand, and we try to present you what is the real problem of the noise affecting the people. For me, this graphic was like an open-minded graphic. I cannot sleep well one night. How I feel the next day. So if I cannot sleep well one night, the day after, I'm not the same person. But if I cannot sleep well so many days, maybe I didn't realize that it's because of the noise of an airport. But after 3 months, I could be not as good as I would like to be in the work, or I don't have a good mood. For me, this graphics was explained to me what is the real effect of the noise in health. All the last research in all these areas are here in a summary of them. And finally, how we manage in general the noise annoyance management, and improving the impact management. Improving the impact management is what Anima did. How Anima went into the different aspects, the different non-acoustical aspects along all the research, which are the communication and engagement recommendations. How can we understand the needs of the residents? How can we understand the media and translate it in the case study that Julia was presenting yesterday? All of things are here. And here again, the Anima quality of life interventions, real examples in Schiphol, Frankfurt, Marseille, or Heathrow about what Anima did to try to quantify the non-acoustical aspects in the perception of noise, in the impact. So I think that's all. That's the Anima noise platform. This is our web. Or we have 3 months left to polish it, and I really recommend you to take a look and to get us your feedback. Please, Gabriele, the floor is yours again to finish this presentation.
Yes, I see that we already took a lot of time of others' presentation, so I wanted to present the work process and how we have created this platform, to present this nice circle. However, it is very much self-explanatory, so if you're interested, you will be able to download the presentations and see it for yourself. I just really want to encourage you to visit the Noise platform. As you see here below, there is a link, and we are very much looking for your feedback. And if there's something you want to recommend us or help us to improve something at the Noise platform, please do not hesitate to write to Anna's or mine email. We are very much welcoming of all kinds of feedback that we might get. And thank you very much. We would like to thank you for your attention, and also visit the Noise platform, talk with us, contact us in any kind of question you have. And we wish you very nice event today. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you. I know that this has been a lot of work, the Noise platform, and I insist and encourage everybody to go online on the Noise platform and to explore this tool. Well, I would like to dive deeper into the Anima results and to proceed with the next Anima tool, which is the noise management toolset, and it will be presented by Nico van Oosten, Anotech Engineering. If you have questions, we will take some questions at the end of this session.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Nico van Oosten from Anotech. We are the main developer of the noise management toolset. And I was very happy to hear that we are the most visited page in the noise platform. That's, I think, good news. And I hope that the people, when they really go into the toolset, that they still will be happy and dedicating time to use it. So as Anna already said, the noise platform is accessible from the noise platform. The toolset is accessible from the noise platform. There you can see the name scenario showcases. So first of all, we need to understand what is a scenario. Because that is the basis for all the calculations and all the cases that we use in the toolset. So a scenario, in fact, is a data set that represents a certain noise situation at an airport. It can be the actual situation, it can be a past situation, it can be a future one which you want to investigate. There are many ways to define a noise situation. It depends on a lot of things, and that is exactly the idea, to show those different situations. Some examples can be noise contours for yearly operations with an airport in a certain configuration, because sometimes the flights are going to the north, sometimes to the south. That will have an effect on the noise, so it will be good to see those situations. Another one can be a future case in which we would like to see the noise contours for the maximum number of operations that are expected for that airport that we are looking at. The scenario always, whatever, if it's in the past, present or future, it will be a certain combination of what we call single events, which are stored in a database. A single event being defined by, so a single event is one operation of one aircraft type, doing an arrival or a departure at an airport, flying a certain profile in the vertical plane, flying a certain distance to its destination, which means there is a certain weight because it needs more fuel if it's going further away, and that has an effect on the performance and hence on the noise. It's important to know where that aircraft went, so from which runway it took off and which track it followed, so the horizontal plane. So all those different elements, they define a single event which is stored in the database. The noise for that is stored in the database, and then we can define our scenario by simply picking out those operations that we want to have. We can say, okay, 20 of this one, 10 of that one, those are flying at day, those are flying in the evening, and those are flying at night. So this is how you build a scenario. In the noise platform, there are several scenarios indicated. These are predefined or pre-cooked scenarios, which you can see and which explain the different aspects of the noise and the noise footprints. So when we go into this platform, in fact, there will be two tools visible. One is the public noise toolset and one is the noise management toolset. Here we are looking at the public noise toolset first. The main objective of this toolset is to illustrate the concepts that are explained in the what was called the best practice portal or the noise platform. So it's just illustrating. It, as I said, it has predefined scenarios and they are all related to a virtual airport to avoid any issues with a real airport and its communities, just to show the concept. It doesn't matter where the aircraft fly. As the name says, it has public access, and the target audience is the general public, because we want everybody to understand well what those concepts really mean. On the other hand, we have the noise management toolset. In fact, it's the same platform, but it has more features. In that sense that it applies the concepts that are developed in Anima. So here you can use this to test your interventions, for instance, on your airport. We can include your airport in this toolset, but exactly because of that, the access will be restricted to those that are registered. And here we are targeting more professional users, professional in quotes, because you don't have to work in the noise field to be able to do this. But here we are thinking more about airports, land use planners, maybe universities or other users that are really, let's say, capable of using such a tool for their purposes. But the good thing is that it can be a real airport using your scenarios. First, let's have a look at the public toolset. So there, in the noise platform, you have a description of each of those scenarios that are predefined, as I said before. And if you click on this reference scenario, you will get into the tool. This is the reference scenario. So this is the baseline, and all the other scenarios, they are variations on this one. As you can see, it's a virtual airport. It's in our backyard. Our office is here, and I'm glad that this is a virtual airport, of course, because it's really very close, but it's just to illustrate the concepts. In this case, you see a lot of things. First, you see the airport itself, the runway. You can see tracks, so the horizontal paths that the aircraft are supposed to follow, one of those. Blue for the takeoffs or departures, and green for the approaches or arrivals. You see noise contours, so the yellow and orange ones. You see some villages around the airport. And in this case, the reference scenario is that 85% of the operations fly to the west and 15% is flying to the east. In the legend that you see here on the left. You can see all the information on this scenario, how it was calculated, with which assumptions. So all the information is available. An important thing, of course, because this defines, in fact, the scenario, is the flight operations. So there is a window that tells you what are these flight operations. You have some statistics. The runway 27, which is the one that is to the west. You can see that it has a lot of operations at day, less at evening, and even less at night. And to the east, you have much less operations, which was the 85-15 distribution, as we said before. The single events, here you can see them. An aircraft, 737-800, flying an arrival with a standard profile. Stage 1, which means it has a certain weight. It's flying at runway 09 using this track. And it has so many operations at day, evening, and night. So these are pre-cooked. In the real version or the noise management toolset version, you can change this. Here you can just have a look at it. There are actions that you can take. In the case of the public toolset, you only can see a bit more details on the fleet and on the distribution among the tracks. So you can see that most of the aircraft are MR, which means medium range. For those that do not know what all this means, down at the right, there is a help button, which explains everything which is visible here. So you can see the fleet composition, the distribution among the different tracks, the distribution among the different runways, and the fleet composition in a different way. So all this information is visible in the public toolset. Now we would like to change an airport configuration. As I said before, sometimes they are flying in one direction, sometimes aircraft are flying in the other. So now let's say that instead of flying 85% to the west, 15 to the east, now all are flying to the east. That has an impact on the noise, of course. So here you can see that impact. So this is the footprint, the noise footprint of that scenario. 100% flying to the east. And here you can see indeed that for this scenario, only runway 09 is used, and all the flights are using runway 09, which means the runway that has flights to the east. You can compare both scenarios. So you can see what does it mean if you fly to the east or to the west. And indeed, you can see that the villages that are affected by the noise, they are affected differently depending on the operation of the airport or the configuration of the airport, which is an important thing because the impact of the noise on the people in this village is completely different if you look at east or west configuration. So another part, so this was the public toolset. Now we also have the noise management toolset. As I said before, that's the one that is only available upon registration for professional users. The good thing is that you can include your own airport. The main thing here is that the database for that, so the single event database, needs to be set up by us. Also, this whole airport database, the airport configuration, needs to be included on our server by us, because this requires specific tools and skills that we do not presuppose at the user. So we want to take out that burden for the land use planners, for instance, that are probably not experts in noise mapping of aircraft. So we prefer to do that tedious job ourselves. But then provide that database to the user, and then they can create their own scenarios. The important thing here, and that's related to what I just said, this tool is not intended to replace tools like INM or AEDT now, or CATNA or whatever. All those tools that are available that really calculate the noise of the single events first. Those tools we are not replacing. That is exactly the work that we do. Because that is the most difficult job and the most tedious one, and to make it easy to use, we just want you to manage the single events that are previously stored in the database. So if you want to use the noise management toolset, you need to create an account. You can register. We will then get an email automatically from the system that you are trying to, or that you are requesting an account. We can see if this is a real one or if it's a spam or whatever. And then we can create that account. You will get a message that that account is created and you have to activate it. So once it's activated, you can, in principle, access the noise management toolset. At that stage, you only can access the virtual airport because there is no other airport included yet. Only the virtual airport, but it already can give you an idea. You can play with the scenarios. Even if it's a virtual airport, you still can use those single events to create your own scenarios, to understand better what happens when you fly to the east or to the west. All that you can do without doing more than just registering yourself. But of course, it's likely that you would like to have your own airport in this database or in this tool. So we need to define this airport, which means we need to have some identifications, the ICAO or IATA code, where it is exactly, which runways it has, the tracks, an idea of the aircraft type that will be flying in your scenarios. And with that, we can create this single event database. So the first 4 elements you will have to provide us. And then we will create that single event database. And depending on where your airport is, we might already have population, or you can also provide that information to us. But as said, the tool only calculates noise maps for scenarios that are based on single events previously stored in the database. So these, especially the tracks and the aircraft types, they need to cover all the ones that you think you will need in your calculations. As I said, this requires specific skills, so we will do this. And the basic data for this should be provided by the airport owner. The airport owner this doesn't mean the one that pays the salaries of the staff of the airport. It means that person that is responsible for environment at the airport, and that or another one assigned by that person that is allowed, authorized to provide us with this data. And then that airport owner may assign other users to access the airport in the noise management toolset. So you can say, okay, I have my airport here. Now I want that the villages around the airport, the main representatives of that, or my land use planner, or my whatever contractor needs to access this information, and you can create an account for that person. But it has to be a responsible person of the airport that can provide the information. During Anima, so that means until the end of this year, this will be a free service. So if you come, we will include your airport in this database. After Anima, this will be a paid hosting service. So we will continue, of course, to provide this tool. For those airports that are already in the database, it will still be free, as long as you only use what is already there. But if you come in January or February, look, I would like to have my airport in this database, then you will have to pay. How much? I don't know yet. We have to think about that. But it will be, let's say, a reasonable cost, so that it's really interesting for you to include your airport and use this tool. So once you have provided all that data, we have our single events calculated, we put that in the database, then you have your airport available. And that airport will only be visible to those users that are authorized by the airport owner. So this will not be visible to all the public or to the other users of the noise management toolset. Only for those that you assign.
Okay.
Once you have that, you can create your scenario. You can create one. Sorry?
You can go on if I think there are some noise issues in the room, but you can go on. We're
okay.
On it.
So you can create your scenario from scratch. That means you can upload a flight plan, for instance, that is sometimes available at airports, which has individual flights and form of operation, requires runway and tracks also. And with that, we can populate you can populate your scenario for the operations. You can also upload another type of file, which is used usually by most noise mapping software. So an INM kind of file you can upload more or less directly with minor conversions. Or if you have a lot of time, you can make your scenario manually. That means you create all those things manually. That's usually only feasible when you have very limited operations, but it can be done. Another possibility, and this is once you have one scenario, usually that's the one that you will use. You can clone a scenario. So that means that you just make a copy of that scenario. You call it, instead of scenario 1, you call it scenario 2. And then you just make the changes that you want to that new scenario, and that you usually will do manually. But there are also some smart features to change operations. For instance, you can increase the number of operations or decrease the number of operations for all aircraft, or for certain aircraft only, or for certain tracks only. You can move operations between tracks and periods of the day. So there are different possibilities, different tools that make it easier for you to create your new scenario. For instance, if I want to increase all the traffic by 20%, I just put 20%, apply, and then it's calculating the new scenario for that number of operations increased by 20%. Or I can move all Boeing 747 aircraft that fly a certain track during the night. I want to shift them to another track. Then you can just put those elements as you want them, you apply it, and then you create a new scenario automatically. So then, once you have done that, the new scenario will be visible, and you can compare it with the other one. So just to summarize, the public noise toolset is limited in scope, in the sense it uses the same user interface and everything, but it is just used to illustrate concepts that are explained in the noise platform by means of predefined scenarios on a virtual airport. The good thing is that it's publicly available. The noise management toolset, there you can apply those concepts that are developed in Anima, but it's only available after registration. The good thing is that you can include your airport and you can build and assess your own scenarios. So now our tool as it is now, it's not fully finished. We still have 3 months left in Anima, and we would like to take advantage of that to include a bit more things when possible. And one of the main things is to include some other airports, because at the moment we only have the virtual airport, which is nice to show some concepts and to play around. But if you really want to use the tool as it is meant to be, especially the noise management toolset, then we very much would like to have some airports inside this tool. Here I say interested Anima airports. That doesn't mean that it can only be those airports that are part of Anima at the moment, although for sure we would like to have them. But also if other airports that maybe are now in the room, they are interested in having their airport in this tool, then please let us know and we start that process, because it takes some time before we get the data and everything. So we really would like you to, if you are interested, to contact us and see how we take it further. As mentioned, during Anima, this will be completely free for you. And after Anima, once your airport is inside, you can play with it without cost. After Anima, it will have a cost. So that is also something to think about when you, if you want to include your airport here. I understand it's rather quick, but I hope it gives you a first impression of what the toolset is. So I would like to get questions if you want, or we do that at the end of the session.
Yes, Nico, I think it would be good to take some questions already now. I wouldn't like to overwhelm our participants with too much information at once. So now that it's fresh, I would like to take some questions. I know already that Olena has the remark.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nico. I would like to add that we tested already this tool with my students. Last period of my life, I was a teacher at the Faculty of Environmental Protection at National Aviation University, and we had a we have an acoustic laboratory. If it is interesting, I can show you. And for students of specialty ecology, environmental protection, we had a subject, acoustic environmental monitoring. And we tested already this tool with my students. They got a lot of questions. Nico, with his team, already tried to analyze what is important and how students, you know, the lowest level of professionals can understand this tool. And they really worked hard, taking into account all comments my students made. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Elena. Yes, we have been talking to each other for quite some time now on this tool. That is why professional users was in quotes, because certainly also we would like to target this tool to students. They will be professional, but they are not yet. So we feel that it's a good tool, even with the virtual airport only. That's what you used. But it would be very interesting for them if there is a project with the university, with one of those airports in Ukraine, for instance, that you can include that tool in the, or that airport in the tool, and you can do some real work. Let's say that is one of the purposes of this tool. And the only thing is that in those cases you need to have permission from the airport to use that data. You cannot, that is why we have this registration, that not everybody can say, okay, now I have my airport such and such, and I put some data, and now I'm calculating a lot of things. I'm going to the airport and say, look, you can do all this, and you don't do it. That is not the idea. This is something that has to be done in a controlled manner, at least in this noise management toolset. And certainly universities are part of the target audience.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, Nico. Actually, I'm also a secretary of environmental committee at Association of Civil Airports of Ukraine. So any kind of airport, at least Borispol, Odessa, Lviv, they really, and even Zaporizhzhia, my favorite airport, they really have environmental managers, extremely professionals. So they are ready to cooperate in any project. We just need to find financing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry, that's not part of the tool.
Thank you, Elena. We also have a comment from Laurent.
Yes, a comment rather than a question. Thank you, Nico. The comment is the following. Nico explained that within the framework of this project, the access to airports, for instance, Zvartnots or the airport of Tbilisi, would be free and then paid. I will, after the end of this session, I will introduce our exploitation strategy. I know, well, I don't know, but I suspect that paying could be a problem, especially for small airports. Maybe not for Heathrow, but Heathrow has its own tool and so on and so forth. But for small airport, it could be a problem. I would like to insist that it would be maybe a good strategy to, if you're interested, of course, to put this the usage of this tool into an exploitation strategy of Anima, and maybe through an implementation. So I will do my best in the forthcoming months to find a way with the Commission to find any possible implementation action through which you could be possibly granted to use this tool. That could be also a mechanism that could be used, maybe. At least we have to try. Thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
Any other questions in the room? No. Thank you very much, Nico, for your presentation. I suggest we proceed with the next speaker. Another joint presentation which will introduce the communication and engagement tools of Anima. And Roel, Senior R&D Engineer at Netherlands Aerospace Center, will start this presentation.
Thank you, Alexandra. I hope you can hear me. Welcome everybody in Yerevan as well. This presentation will be split in two. First, I will tell you about the community engagement tool that we did, the research on that. And after my talk, Ferenc Marki from the Budapest University of Technology and Economics will talk about a mobile app that has been developed to do a pilot study to ask local residents about their perception of noise. But first, I will tell you about how we used our virtual community noise simulator research facility to do a research near an airport. And we did this research in collaboration, in close collaboration, I have to say, with Cergy Paris University, Catherine Lavandier, and her PhD student, Romain Desbieux. And the purpose was actually to make use of a virtual reality to simulate aircraft flyover noise and use this tool to evaluate if this could be used in the future for evaluations to, for instance, reduce aircraft noise. You can think of new developments where you have more silent aircraft procedures, and you would like to demonstrate this this reduced noise operation to local residents. And this can be normally difficult if you want to do that, because you have to also communicate with maybe normally contours and educate people about how decibels work, and here people can really experience the difference in noise or how that is perceived. And to do this, the research has been split up in two parts. First, we did a laboratory study to evaluate this virtual reality facility. And second, we did an in-situational experiment near Charles de Gaulle Airport for a community that now already faces certain arrival routes, and in the future these will be converted into so-called continuous descent operations, which will be more silent. And this was also evaluated in a group. In this talk, I will mainly focus on the laboratory study that we conducted. For this experiment, we not only wanted to let people experience the noise and the sound level and the noise they perceived, but we also wanted to look at how the visual representation would influence their decision whether something was more annoying or not. And for this purpose, we evaluated three different aircraft types. A new generation aircraft, a smaller Airbus A320 aircraft, and a larger Airbus A380 aircraft. And we wanted to see if you saw different visual models of those aircraft, if that would influence it. So we mixed actually the sound of, for instance, the A380 with the sound of an with the visual perception of a Airbus A320, and we watched whether that, or we evaluated whether that was more or less perceived as annoying than in another combination. And what we also did, we wanted to evaluate whether the surroundings, the environment where you were, would also influence the perception. And for this purpose, we chose between one green environment, it was actually a park with a lot of green, and one urban environment, so with a lot of buildings around you where you were. So how do we do this kind of virtual reality simulation? Well, we first take somebody who will put on virtual reality headset and also headphones. And I have to emphasize that also the sound will be correlated with the direction to where you were looking. So if you looked to the left and a car was passing by, you will also hear the car passing by from the left. And the same is of course true with if you hear an aircraft. Then we actually create a virtual sphere around the person. You will not really see the sphere, but we will project on this sphere a 360 degrees recording of the environment. So this gives you the impression that you, in this case, you are in a park environment. Then we also add the ambisonic sound. So we also record the sound in that park, and we also play that at the same time as the video. Finally, we also add a virtual aircraft. So it was not an aircraft that was actually in the video, but we added that to the video. So sometimes people call that augmented reality, where you actually add something that's not there. And we do that also together with the sound, of course, of the aircraft as well. We took two different environments. So this is a panoramic picture of the park environment. So you see some buildings, but mostly you see trees and a green grass and so on. And we did that by making recordings with a so-called 360 degree camera. In this case, we had about 10 GoPro cameras in a rig, and we used that to create the 360 degree view. Because if you're in virtual reality, you want to look all around yourself. So you cannot just look into one direction. We have the recording of the ambisonic sounds. So this is an ambisonic sound recorder. And for calibration purposes, to make sure that the sound level is the same in the simulation as in where it was at the park, we also use a sound level meter to measure the actual sound level at the location. This was another recording. It was done in the urban environment. As you can see, there are a lot of buildings. There is one tree, but just only one. So as my colleague Catherine would say, she mentioned this as an ugly environment, which is, well, I agree with her. It's not really, there are better neighborhoods around the airport. For the sound that we used, we had 3 different aircraft. An Airbus A320, so it was a bit more silent. We had a larger aircraft, an Airbus A380, and we had actually a new revolutionary aircraft, which is called the Bolt, which is a blended wing body design. It was actually developed in cooperation with the European Union project Artem, and our colleagues from Roma Tre University helped us with deliver the model of this very nice futuristic aircraft. And I have my sound also turned on, so you should be able to hear the difference. What's interesting about these sounds is that these sounds were all synthetically created by using so-called oralization. So these were not recordings of the sounds, but they were actually generated. And but the sound is very close by with the actual recording. The main advantage of using this synthetic creation of the sounds is that you don't get any other sounds that you would normally record if you record an aircraft. Like you don't want to have bird sounds or other sounds. So it's normally very difficult to create a clean recording. These oralization sounds were developed for the project by both Airbus and Onera. So they also provided from the work package 4 of Anima a valuable input for this experiment. I will now let you hear a part of the flyover sound of the Airbus 380. I hope you can hear it. I hope you could also hear that in the room. Laurent, could you give a thumbs up if you can hear it?
Yes, we heard it.
Thank you. And I will now also let you experience the sound of the blended wing body. Sorry. The ladder sound may sound a little bit more clean because in this setup you see actually the engines are put on top of the aircraft, so it kind of shields the sound from the ground. We also use 4 models, and we use 3 models of the aircraft. And in addition to that, we also used a model where you didn't see any aircraft. So instead of showing the aircraft, we put an overcast weather there, so people couldn't really see the flyover of the aircraft. Sorry. So each test participant, because it was a laboratory test, so we had a different number of participants that participated in this, and each participant experienced these combinations of sounds in random order, and it was a total of 24 different flyover sounds and visual experiences that they heard. And after each flyover, they had to rate the flyover by also in the virtual reality environment, fill in a questionnaire, and they could do that with a simple controller that they had in their hand. So they could change the slider to the left or to the right to indicate the answers, whether a sound was more annoying or more louder than they expected. I will briefly discuss some of the results of this laboratory study. If you want to know all the results, it will be written down in one of the final deliverables of Anima, and it will come out in the near month. So please monitor that. And this study has also been presented at the Internoise conference. So if you have access to the paper, or please contact me if you want to know more about it. So this is a result on the pleasantness of the sound flyover. And what was actually interesting in this experiment was that actually the pleasantness was lower for the aircraft, those aircraft that were not visible. So this is well, quite an interesting result. Maybe people are more well, relieved if they see where the noise is coming from. That could be one reason for this indication, but it will be further analyzed in the deliverable. A second comparison that we did was between the urban environment and the park environment. So we wanted to evaluate what the difference were there. There are some minor differences, but we saw actually 2 effects in there. Is in one of the people actually, some of the people actually expected in the park that it was a nicer environment, so the aircraft would not be rated to be more annoying because the whole environment was better. But we also got some people who thought the aircraft should not belong in the park. So we had actually a mixed group that kind of had a different opinion whether the noise in the park would be more or less loud than in the urban environment. So this is a quite interesting result as well, not quite what we expected. And finally, we did, of course, also evaluation of the virtual reality simulation. And some results that I can show you here is that actually more than 90% of the people found themselves really immersed into the simulation. So they really felt that this was really something that they were standing actually in the park or in that urban environment. And another rating that we did was in the same direction, is that most people found the audiovisual realism very high. So that's very or even extremely high. So people were really convinced of this realism. So this gives us very good indication. It was also a good indication for us to continue with the in-situational experiment, and it provides us also gives us more support to use this tool for future studies on the impact at noise, and especially to make sure that we can also explain changes that we do from a very technical level towards local residents that don't have all the background information about why procedures are changed, or how much noise will be reduced by implementing more silent procedures. So I would like to thank you all for your attention, and especially also my fellow partners from Anima, who have helped very much with executing this experiment. Of course, Cergy Paris University, who was in charge of this whole experiment, so most credits go to them. But also ONERA, Airbus for the oralization, and Rome University also for help with providing the information about the model, the flight path, and the visualization of that. I would like to thank you, and I would like now to pass my my chair to Ferenc to discuss the mobile app application. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Let me express my warm greetings also from Hungary. And now I have to share my screen. Okay, you should see it by now. So I will also talk about another communication and engagement tool, which is the mobile application, the Anima application. And just a few background about it. The main aim of the project, of the whole Anima project, is to improve the quality of life for people around an airport. Now, when we are formulating our goals, then one of the goals is to better understand annoyance, and to do so, we designed some pilot studies because we want to better know what influences people's perception. And one of the pilot studies was the development of mobile application to do some kind of field studies. We wanted to study the sound and landscape, the influence of the sound and landscape on people's perception, and how this influences the annoyance of people. We didn't follow the regular field study approaches, but we selected the so-called experience sampling method. Why? Because regular field studies always ask for retrospective judgment, which means participants ask how they feel or think about last 12 months or something like this. The problem with this question is that it is very difficult to answer to this because people don't really remember what happened in the last year. So we can say that the answers are very uncertain, and we see this also in our analysis. 1/3 of the results cannot be explained by any variable which we include in our testing. So the other end of the possibilities is to ask for momentary impressions. So how do you feel at the moment, and what influences your feelings at the moment? And we can say this is a very certain answer, because everybody is aware normally what happens at the moment now. And we ask for this kind of momentary impressions several times in random times, and we hope that getting this way some snapshots from life, hopefully these will be quite representative, and at the end we can conclude also to much longer term opinions. So the benefits of mobile phones is quite straightforward, but let me remember that the project is at the end already. So we designed, we wanted to do pilot studies with mobile phones 4 to 5 years ago, and this was at that time not so we had to argue. Now it is really known that most people own a smartphone, and the benefits are that smartphone can take photos, record sounds, we know the location, we can send and receive data, it's much easier than it was before. And we hoped also that hiring participants will be less costly. Okay, once we started to design our application, we had to consider several things. First of all, what kind of platforms do exist? And we saw that Android and iPhones are quite representing the whole market. There are just a few other phones on the market. So we said that we will develop the application for both platforms. Secondly, for a mobile application, the key point is the user experience. If the user experience with an application is not good, then people will not use it quite long. They will just look at it, and then in a few hours or days they will simply delete it. So we won't get our study results. Then another point is, if we want to make our application very user-friendly, then we must design it very simply. But if the application is very simple to use, then perhaps people won't understand exactly what we want. So we have to find a balance between simplicity and exact instructions. We also have to define how strictly we require from our participants to follow our test procedure. Let's say when they have to fill the questionnaires, if we ask them to fill it in the moment, and we say if they are 5 minutes later, then it's not possible to do it, then perhaps we are more annoying our participants with the study itself as to getting the annoyance what we want to gather with it. And finally, we applied our mobile application in 2 airports around Heathrow Airport and Ljubljana Airport. And for doing this, we needed to make it multilingual, which is also not an easy task, because in the mobile phone you have very small texts, very short texts, and these short texts must express exactly the same thing. Otherwise, let's say Slovenian people will answer a little bit slightly differently than English people, perhaps. So we have to make an important point on this. So if somebody would like to develop such an application, it is good to know that we have to make sure if the application is driven by so-called notifications, because the application notifies you when to do a test, then this must be very, very stable. So the notification must come always, even if you kill the application, which is often done by a lot of people. And we must make also sure if people are missing some notifications or don't react to them, that other notification will come later on. We must also handle inter-application issues, which means that the application, our application, can be interrupted by an incoming phone call or a text message or something like else, which can be opened anytime by the user. And we have to define what should happen if the user interrupts our questioning. Specific for Apple devices is that if you want to upload an application to the App Store, then you have to follow Apple's strict rules. Otherwise, your application will be rejected. This is all the time looked by Apple. So you have to be quite careful in terms of security and privacy and so on. And for the other platform, for the Android, the key problem is not uploading the application, but to make it sure that it runs on all the diverse devices and the operating systems. There are so many Android phone types, and people are using so many different operating system versions that it is very likely that you will get quite a lot of crashes or problems. We divided our development phase in 2 parts. We call the first one as a pre-release, the development of the pre-release version, where we first elaborated with our Anima project partners the specifications for the Anima application. Then we at the Budapest University and Technology and Economics developed the application. Then we sent it out to test for a few participants, about 15 persons. We not only wanted to know if the application is stable enough, so for checking for application errors, but we wanted to know how easy is to handle the application, so the user experience, is it difficult, fast, annoying, and so on. And we also wanted to have feedback about the methodological goodness of the application. Once we had this so-called study with pilot study with pre-release study, we updated the specifications again in the consortium based on the feedback of these participants. And then in the second phase, in the development of the release versions, we again developed the application, we tested it, now this time just mainly for application errors, and then we uploaded the applications to the App Store and Play Store for Android and iPhones. These versions can also now downloaded and tried out. The application is called in the short name from us Animap, but in the Play and App stores they appear as Anima Research. So how the study looks like. First of all, the user encounters an introduction when he or she downloads the application. Then all the other actions happen through so-called local notifications when the user is notified to do something. There are so-called momentary assessments which happens from 7 in the morning until 11 in the evening, if not shortened by the user, during weekdays, and during weekend days it happens from 10 in the morning until 10 in the evening. And the calls to do such momentary assessments happen at near to full hours at random times. Then at the end of the work week, so on Friday evening, there is a so-called end of week questionnaire. And as the whole study lasts about a little bit more than one week, perhaps 2 weeks, we decided to have one end of weekend questionnaire once all weekend hours here are filled by the participants. And once all weekday and all weekend days momentary assessment has been filled by the participant, then a final questionnaire arrives to the user. The introduction consists of very basic steps. First, language selection, then agreement to use location, microphone usage, and so on. And finally, the user has the possibility to shorten the momentary assessment times if 7 in the morning is too early or 11 in the evening is too late. And the participant has also the possibility to change how many times he or she would like to be called to do a momentary assessment. How the momentary assessments work. So first of all, you receive a call by means of a local notification, which is like getting an SMS. Then when you click on this and you start the application, you first have to record the sound environment for 1 minute. We tested it earlier and it didn't look that it is an annoying thing because 1 minute is not so long. But this way we have some kind of impression about the acoustic environment where the participant is filling the questionnaire at the moment. Then the participant has to to answer questions. There are a bunch of them. But to do them is quite fast. The momentary assessment consists of the following packages of questions. First of all, we ask where our participants are, at home or not at home, indoor, outdoor, and what they are doing, because we know activities are disturbed differently depending on what people are doing. Then we are generally asking how pleasant and how familiar is the environment. We don't say what kind of environment, but then later on we get more specific by asking how pleasant and how lively is the visual environment and what are the most prominent site elements. And we ask also for the sound environment, How pleasant is it? How eventful is it? And we are asking for dominant sound sources. Among us is the aircraft sound. So if people are saying, I have a bad sound environment at the moment and I'm crossing aircraft, then we know that aircraft disturbed the user quality of life. And at the end, we ask also for the mood, because this influences quite a lot of how people react to these questions. The end of week questionnaire consisted originally of 4 questions. Now we just have 3 questions. One is about the sound environment, how the sound environment impacted our well-being during the whole week, and how the landscape impacted our well-being. And at the end, we ask also how representative the week was for the person's life. Now the final question is a little bit longer. We first ask for noise sensitivity in a 6-point scale, whether how people think whether they are noise sensitive or not. Then we ask the so-called personal well-being index, which consists of 7 questions. These are questions how satisfied people are with their standard of living, personal health, achievements of life, and so on. This gives us a general information about the person itself. And we ask also 5 questions, which has been designed by WHO, how the participants felt during the past weeks, in cheerful and good spirits, calm and relaxed. So and people have to mark in a 6-point scale how they felt. And at the end, we ask also for gender and age classes, but participants can skip this question if they don't want to answer. Privacy is an important factor in using mobile applications. We have a user identification. It is necessary to know that a bunch of answers originate from one participant. But we either distribute participants to our participants' user IDs, but we can also do this by using our server. So at the end, we don't know who is filling the questionnaire. The sound recording itself have been transformed into so-called 3rd octave band spectra in 1-second intervals. This makes sure that the recording, these spectra cannot be transferred back to the time domain, so we cannot hear what happened at this time. We just know the acoustics later on. In the questions, there are no personal data. These are just opinions. And also in the final questions, which get a little bit more personal, we don't know who is filling. So this is no information. And for the location detection, first of all, the participant has to agree. And second, we discretize our location data to 100 by 100 meter grid. So we don't know, we know only to which grid point on the Earth the participant was the most nearer, but we don't know where the participant exactly was. The experience was very positive after the pre-release version, and we designed it even more friendlier later on. So we expected that it will be good, and we now have to see whether the questions of our pilot study nature, whether people are willing to contribute to field studies in this way, and if we can get some relevant data. No, we completed the study in June this year because we have to shift it quite to the end of the project because of the COVID situation, and we started now the analysis. So the second question cannot be answered yet. It will be answered at the end of the project in the final meeting. So secondly, for the first question, it was very difficult to find the participants because of the situation. We couldn't really approach participants and ask them to contribute. So we instead of having 120 participants, at the end we've got only 68, and just 47 filled enough momentary assessments, and even less filled all the assessments. And it is also possible that we still have application error even after long testing, but this is very natural with mobile phone applications. You know how often one or the other application sends updates. Anyway, our application is still quite positive, looking on the crashes, which can be seen in the development platforms, because there were very few crashes. So the application can be considered quite stable. And perhaps our design method was a little bit too long for our participants, but we saw that the platform is really viable. It is a viable replacement for phone call or paper pencil studies, because we've got our study material back because the data has been sent to our servers. We have our sound recordings, which we can analyze and compute with a bunch of acoustic parameters. We have the position of the participants, to which, with the use of the earlier mentioned noise management toolset, we can compute the exact aircraft noise for the participants. And we have the fill time of questionnaires, which gives us an impression how long the participants took to fill the questionnaire. If this is too long, then the participant was not really concentrating on the task. So at the end, I have to say a big thank you for our project partners who contributed to develop this the application, to testing it, to UCP, ZOIS, MMU, and NEEDS. And also thank you for the ANIMA, for whole consortium, and for the European Union to funding the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ferenc, and thank you as well, Rolf. I would like to take some questions now. I know that there are some comments in the room already. Olena is very active today.
Well, I just received a message from the lady who is our CAA member. So she's head of the department for sustainable development of airplanes, or maybe aviation, I'm not sure. Doesn't matter. Yesterday, she approved that I answered correctly about their responsibility about aviation rules first. And she's online, but she has no right to speak. Therefore, I'm just telling what she wanted to say. First was about yesterday, so I answered correctly about the normative values. We still use LMAX and Leylekian, but CA wanted to implement LDN and LDN, which are according to requirements of Environmental Noise Directive number 49, but they were stopped by our Ministry of Health doing this. And second, related to this tool, and not only this, but also tool which Nico presented, our CAA, Civil Aviation Authority of Ukraine, is ready to cooperate to test both tools if it is possible. So we need to discuss whether it is possible, what kind of conditions, and whatever we need to do this project. It was not me.
Thank you, Olena. Are there any comments in addition to this? Or any questions in the room? I don't think so, Laurent.
Yeah,
Yes.
maybe a comment on the two tools, which are the virtual community noise simulator and this tool. As you understood, these tools are not are research tools at the time being. I would like to emphasize a couple of things about the virtual reality tool. We used it to better understand how people could react to some variation in the traffic, and especially to the introduction of new kind of aircraft. Because as the sounds are computed from ab initio models, we are able to simulate, for instance, this Bolt aircraft, which is brand new. This being said, there is another potential usage of this tool, which is to start engaging with community. In an airport, it's not always easy to find a way to address people, and this tool is to some extent could be seen as something quite fancy, quite agreeable, and it could be a way also to yes, to start engaging a dialogue with some people using the airport or around the airport. And also what the friends just presented about the application is a way for us, as you understood, to better qualify what is annoyance, not only through static noise mapping. Of course, the friends said that the Animap application is able to record the sound, but that's not the important point. We would like to qualify, to profile who is annoyed when doing what. And so I think that it's quite promising. Of course, that's research, but maybe tomorrow we will be able to say, okay, now we know who is annoyed and what for, and that's something quite new and innovative, and that could find application in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laurent, for this comment.
Okay, and I will start when you tell me that I should start, okay?
Yes, so we are ready. In fact, all panelists are here. Thank you for regrouping to proceed with the event. I would like now to introduce our moderator for this session, which will focus on research and needs in countries of the Eastern European Partnership. And the moderator is Mrs. Dimitriu. She's a research fellow, Ecology and Environmental Research Center at Metropolitan Manchester University.
Thank you, Alexandra. Good morning, everybody. I'm extremely happy to moderate this session, which is different from what you've seen so far. It is part of ANIMA event in Yerevan, but it's in fact showing opportunities for cooperation, because our event in Yerevan is a starting journey for cooperation. We've presented so far ANIMA results, and you've seen a lot of enthusiasm from my colleagues. You've seen rich results. Everybody's happy with the results so far and testing it further. However, my approach is different, because I see ANIMA as a niche to a global picture. So I will talk about opportunities to engage aviation research. In fact, noise linking to air quality and emissions and climate change, and then aviation integrated into the transport research, and transport into a bigger picture, which is city. I'm explaining this because I'm also an advisor to European Commission on transport and climate change, starting from aviation. And I can see that if we are talking about aviation alone, the opportunities for research and working together is very small. So the way that I've designed the panel is that I will present in the first part some ideas about research and working together. I will start from the beginning saying that we need each other. We from Western Europe, by the way, I'm Romanian, so I'm from Central Eastern Europe, but I live in UK, Manchester since 2000. So we need you and you need us. We're not stronger or wiser than you are. You represent a region of a great interest in Brussels. And that's why we have started this journey with this event, and we will move on. And personally, I commit to come in the region in spring, probably with colleagues from Komoti and some other ANIMA colleagues, to explore opportunities to work together and also to start preparing proposals. So the content of my research is the importance of research on impact, environment and health. ANIMA is a research on impact. So we bring technology to assess the impact, and in fact, impact is linked to a holistic, a bigger picture, because it goes to citizens. The strategy in Brussels is now towards citizens, citizen-centric research. So then impact has a fantastic future from noise, air quality, and climate, going to health and quality of life. Then I will talk about collaborative environmental management in aviation sector, because based on the structure of the panel and of the attendees in Yerevan, I could see representatives from CAA, from airports. We need NSPs, and this collaborative environmental management brings aviation stakeholders together to discuss several issues: implementation of new operational procedures, some needs for research. Many times the aviation stakeholders, they don't realize that this is the need for research, but they call the topic in a different way. For instance, implementation of CDO. This was research, and I will explain how. And the reason I want to discuss about this topic is that I see the need to start discussing between yourselves at local level, and then between countries in the region. And then I will talk about some topics of interest, starting with noise and air quality, and including circular economy, which is part of decarbonization. And we all know that now climate change and decarbonizing Europe is the highest topic on the agenda, particularly the implementation of Green Deal. Again, I will show how to integrate aviation in a larger picture, linking energy, transport, and city. And I give you the example of a project on Green Deal. And then it's an invitation to cooperate and how to identify the needs. And here we then will discuss about, well, what you know about your research needs, what projects do you know, and who else should we invite in this team to start working together. So as you can see on this slide, and you've heard today and also yesterday, ANIMA is a project on impact. And part of the impact that, let's say, is very much linked to the airport is, let's say, critical review and assessment of noise impact and related management practices which engage airports. You've heard in the session before about tools, about best practice portal that need to be tested further. And this testing further will include you. And I will explain, my colleagues, how can we engage you post-ANIMA project. I explained here, and I show some results on noise contours for different noise abatement procedures. I've taken the airport of Cluj as a case study because in Cluj we had study on interdependencies, noise and emissions, and this is the next step from noise to emissions, linking the knowledge of impact and then assessing the impact together. Some airports will want to have less noise, and they will be more concerned about air quality and emissions to decarbonize themselves. Some others will be very concerned about communities' complaints, and they will be focused more on emissions. But this is just an idea how to present some results. And I will go to how I see that we should start, and you should start at the local level to engage together. So this collaborative environmental management is a concept launched by Eurocontrol because they realize that in order to be successful in implementing several new operation procedures, different actors need to work together. And you see here the ANSP, you see the airport, and you see the airlines and aircraft operators. But everybody, so the three main stakeholders, they need to follow the CAA rule. So in fact, in these three major stakeholder team, CAA is also attached to this. This CM can it's providing a framework, to collaborate and decide. This is a process, and it's set up by meetings, agreed actions and plans, but it's very important that actors will decide together and will agree on the priorities of implementing different operations. Because several times the airport is left out of the discussion between NSP and the airline. Particularly now, the airline is very interested in reducing fuel, because of CO2 and because of emission trading, and then Garcia is coming, and the airport is not engaged. Well, the airport, because of noise, may have some issues, and it's very important that these problems and challenges are discussed between the major aviation stakeholders that I've just mentioned here. I will give you an example that I was engaged with on implementing continuous descent approach as part of CBO, which was decided, which was not decided by CM, because by that time we didn't have a CM. And this is a case study on continuous descent approach involving 3 airports. This was in 2007. And you'll see the difference between starting the trial in 2007 and the results in 2016. So we started this trial in Manchester, Atlanta, and Bucharest, and we had the required stakeholders, NSP, the airline, the CA, less the airport, because what we wanted to see, it was the steps toward implementing the new operational procedures. Sorry. What happened, in fact, in Bucharest, Romața, the NSP, was extremely enthusiastic during the trial. The airlines, the pilots from Airbus and Boeing, very enthusiastic and extremely happy to be part of this initiation of implementing continuous descent approach. But since 2007, Bucharest is still at the trial. So please look here, starting with 3 airport trial in 2007. In 2016, this is my latest results when I checked this because I had to prepare a lecture to students in Bucharest. I saw that you see the yellow, the orange color. If you see the trial, in Bucharest, it's still trial. You see 200 airports already implementing CDA, but not Romania, not yet. So CDA in Romania is by asking, so the pilot is asking Romața, if so the local NSP, if they can descend in CDA. This is just an example how powerful a CM is when you want to implement new operation procedure or to solve several other issues, including at airport level. And particularly now, when aviation needs to decarbonize and all aviation stakeholders need to work together, a CM at local level is very much needed. Topics of interest, for instance, for research, as you could see, noise is definitely a topic because it's annoying and it's impacting health and sleep. We have air quality as well, health impacted. We have climate change, the bigger picture, and definitely the first priority. We also have topics of circular economy, recently rediscovered by several experts that through a circular economy, we can reduce the carbon footprint and reintroduce products that are part of waste in a linear economy. So this type of topics that I put in title, you will see in different proposals, sometimes mentioned, sometimes hidden by the request of assessing the impact. So through impact, you have environmental impact, you have health impact, you have social impact, several impacts. So in fact, the advice for this region is to identify the type of impact that we would like to start with. We have gathered today as aviation stakeholders, and environmental stakeholders. But we can also turn this impact from aviation and environment to the social impact through health. And here you see the example of several topics that they are part of quality of life study. So you can see quality of life dimensions including health, economic and physical safety, education. You have materials and living conditions, so living standard. You have leisure. So all these topics need to be assessed when we are talking about quality of life, where noise, in fact, was the starting point to such study. So this is another example how to integrate noise, that major topic of anima that you've listened to yesterday and today, into a bigger picture of conducting research and helping aviation, helping transport, helping community, and in the end, helping the city and the country, because each airport is close to a city. We also have to consider, as I said, aviation linking into transport. Transport, for instance, linking airports to the city, then you have the connectivity. Yeah, this transport can be road transport, by rail. It depends on both. Yeah, we have airports that they are linked to by waterborne, like we have in Danube Delta in Romania. So different transport modes will complete the holistic picture of assessing the impact, starting from an airport, for instance. But again, those who consider that conducting research at an airport, it concerns only the airport, are wrong. No, this airport is an operational location where aircraft are flying. Yeah, they need navigation knowledge and procedures. They need a CAA, yeah, to put regulation in place. They need an ANSP. So in fact, at the airport level, the stakeholders group is bigger than the airport. Now, I will present a project which is linked to the implementation of Green Deal. So decarbonizing aviation or green airports. The request for this type of poll was to tackle energy, transport, and city. So you link airport to the city. So we already have the project. We have 3 projects in Europe on this that will start this autumn. And the request was to assess, as you can see, we are talking about green airports, yeah, as multiple. And the first requirement was to assess the transport in a green environment, which means reducing the transport carbon footprint, which means low carbon integration to the airport. Then we have to assess the terminal energy saving, decarbonizing the terminal, replacing the lighting or finding a local based solution on energy. Then we have to identify energy per se. If they have the airport itself has a source of renewable energy, solar or wind or hydro. And then several cross-cutting issues to assess noise, emissions, air quality. So as a bigger picture, we have green airports with several topics, and if you look at from 1 up to 4, you don't see airport. Yeah, all these topics are part of the research. So here it's a multidisciplinary approach to a project of 4 or 5 years that needs to run to decarbonize the airport, but also the transport, and identify several sources of renewable energy at local base. So invitation to cooperation to identify your needs. The first, let's say, strengths of your involvement in this cooperation is that you come with your location, you come with your local knowledge, and you know very well, and I'm telling you now as an advisor to European Commission, that your region will be decarbonized in a joint process. So let's say a joint team, Western Europe and Eastern European Partnership. So your strength is your location. If we identify topics, as you can see, we can think about airports, we can think about connectivity to cities, we can think about existing or future energy solutions to decarbonize the airport, solar or wind or hydro. Then we have to consider residents as well, because all these projects will impact society. As I said, the strategy in Brussels is citizen-centric. For those who are aware, but you don't have to be, I'm just telling you about what type of projects are published already, released in Brussels, is this Horizon Europe program with different clusters, and cluster 5 is on climate, energy, mobility. Then new calls that will come, and this is where I advise, and this is the topic that I will want to discuss with you in spring 2022, and I invite several other colleagues from ANIMA to join me. We'll discuss in ANIMA. This is mission cities. So linking, this is an implementation approach to research, mainly based on innovation action. ANIMA is a research and innovation action. We have based our results on conducting research, and we have some innovations, like you've seen the tools and the platform. The topics that are coming, and they have generous budget, is about innovation actions. And in cities, for instance, there are airport cities that they need to, Cluj, for instance, is such an example, need to identify innovation and to test them, yeah, to large-scale demonstrators and create jobs and go with some solutions to the market. So as I've already mentioned, you have your location as your strengths. A topic that is not sorted in Europe, in US, nowhere, because it's very much based on local situation, is land use planning. My ambition when we started ANIMA was to develop a framework on land use, because this was something that from different countries, I could see the gap and the requirements. And we couldn't. Discussing with several colleagues and local aviation stakeholders, you can only in general terms, yeah, identify what is needed in the framework, but not to define a framework and to adjust it to different situations at the local level. So this is also a topic that you may together, yeah, think about it, including CAA, including air navigation service providers, including airlines, and of course the airport, who is in fact the main actor. What I can tell you as part of my last slide, that we are committed to work with you. So based on this, let's say, starting the journey, we will move forward for further cooperation, and we will invite you to several calls. 2 calls, for instance, will be as part of Mission Cities deadline by the end of March 2022. But for this, we will probably discuss in teams. Another strength that I see is the region. So if I look at the map, we have Armenia, we have Georgia, we have Moldova, we have Ukraine, and we have Romania. This is a fantastic team, and you can together 5 countries to run a project of tens of millions. So thank you. This was my presentation. And what I would like to discuss with you is about how you see this cooperation. Based on, let's say, your knowledge on existing projects, for instance, extending an airport or implementing a new operational procedures, or gaps, or let's say issues that you see when a large project or a smaller project was supposed to be implemented. For instance, if I ask about extending an airport, the platform or the runway, any examples in Georgia or Armenia or Moldova? Yes.
No, please continue, Tamar.
Tamar?
So there were several projects implemented on Brazil. Arrival terminal was added to the existing Solution International Airport in order to increase the capacity and passenger flow. Also, the extensions were made to Dackaite International Airport and Boston International Airport. But I cannot contribute really, and I cannot tell if any environmental issues.
No, it's not about environment. It's fine. It's not about environment. As I said, environment is everywhere. We don't, sometimes you don't see it. Those who are experts in the environment, they see it.
Since the development of aviation industry and capacity of the country in this sector is really an important issue on an agenda, and the government is putting efforts in this direction. There are lots of projects and lots of airlines are introduced on the market, lots of new local players are emerging because we are really focusing on development of tourism in our region and in our country. So at this stage, economical aspects of aviation development are of more urgency and of more importance compared to other aspects and other, let's say, disadvantages it could bring along the development. However, those problems are not yet seen as burning and not tackled yet. This is all I can contribute to your question.
Thank you, Tamar. So you see, you've mentioned the economic development. This economic development is part of sustainability. So developing air transport system in Georgia or everywhere will be within environmental limits, because environment will restrict the development. So you have to consider this, although you don't see it from some actors, will not see it from the beginning, but those who will sponsor your project will definitely require this. And I give you an example from World Bank and also from European Commission. In order to sponsor projects lately, I mean, since February 2021, they require 6 topics achievement from the proposal of the project. So let's say you extend the runway and you need some budget and you develop a proposal and you ask for this proposal to be funded by European Commission or by a bank. They will ask to prove that this project will do not significant harm, 6 items. And these are climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, which is coming now stronger, as you could see. Climate is creating problems with infrastructure. You can find through the internet several airports underwater, because of flooding, even if they are not close to the sea. Another topic to consider is noise and air quality. Another topic to consider is circular economy. Another topic to consider is biodiversity and water situation. So here you go. You have 6 topics that you have to tackle in your proposal before submitting it. I mean, you can submit it in the first instance and this will be rejected with amendments from the Commission or from the banks. I don't know if any bank will adapt this, but definitely after COP26, this will be the requirement from the bank. So in this way, any economic development will need to consider environment, and noise is part of it as well, noise and air quality. So this was a very good, let's say, case study to assess and explore research, starting only from growing the airport, developing the airport to attract more traffic. I'd like to invite now, yes?
Tatevik also has a comment.
Yes, please, exactly. I wanted to invite now Armenia. Tatevik, please. I cannot hear anything.
Does it work now?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for giving these insights to how to apply for funding in the European Union. I want to challenge this concept a bit. because I completely agree with the Georgian side that it's also important to consider which challenges that each region is also having. Because very often the European Union projects are very in the box thinking, that you need to say yes and yes and yes to these points. And everyone can do that. That's actually pretty easy. But at the end of the day, it's also very important when making projects to understand the challenges that each region is facing. So if you have a region that is having issues with job creation, that is having issues on economic development, and a person is having a problem having enough money to have a normal livelihood, then it is very natural that these things come second.
I agree.
And I don't think that the European Union, when making these type of projects, actually considers this. It's very much a one-fit-all concept, which I just want to challenge here.
No, it's perfect. Thank you for this, because I have the answers. It depends on the program or funding sources that you address. You have projects as part of cohesion or structural funds that will definitely meet your needs. And I give you an example of extending the runway at Iași Airport in Romania. They tried through the country level Ministry of Transport several times, but they were not successful, to get budget to extend the runway. They addressed to the Commission with a specific situation. The airport is on the top of the hill, 8 kilometers far from the city, and they got it. So it depends on the type of the project that you address your needs. The type of project that I would like to work together, we from ANIMA, this is research oriented, and this is helping you to clarify the needs and learn from other colleagues. We learn from each other. And you, for instance, Erevan as a case study, and we have, let's say, Cluj as another case study, and we have Ljubljana, and we have Manchester, or Brussels. We learn from each other, Some of the Western airports will be limited. They cannot test anymore, they are restricted operations. You have the, let's say, the general situation to extend the research and to do more work to refine our tools. So this type of cooperation in a consortium where you come with your location is very much needed, and it's very much helping the end user. Because when I referred about innovation actions, in fact, you as an end user, I'm now referring as an airport, let's say, you are the strongest party in the research team. The researchers will conduct research according to the needs of the end users. And the end users sometimes will identify some needs that are not always the right needs. And during the research, you will refine your needs. The beauty of this type of project is that if you don't have good results, no one is unhappy, because this is research. It's not consultancy. So you refine your needs and you adapt some of the tools from Western Europe according, during the research exercise or the research project. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We write nice conclusions, and some other researchers will pick up on these conclusions and will develop other part of research. So this is the type of invitation that, yes, please.
Thank you. So of course, contributing to any research projects is, we're only for doing that. And I think everyone should only be for developing any research that could bring solutions. If it could be done in a way where it's mutually beneficial, what I mean by that is that we contribute with research, we share that data, let's say with you, but that there should also be the other way around, that you also share data with us, because countries like Armenia or countries in this region have quite a number of smart people who could actually bring some of the solutions to global problems. But very often these type of countries do not have access to the data needed to be able to be part of the solutions. So that is something that could motivate, because being part of the solutions also means job creation, also means economic development. So I just want us to consider this aspect as well.
Absolutely. I don't know if, I think I've mentioned that I'm Romanian, and I've been 20 years ago through this journey, and I know how to tackle it. And I agree about the knowledge, particularly now that through the internet, everybody can become knowledgeable overnight on the topic that they want to. The education is very strong in your region. And what I invite you now is to join or to invite in your team research entities or colleagues from universities. So you have your local research group. So we don't have to come from the Western team with research knowledge and researchers to implement solutions at your level. It should be on mutual benefit. Yeah, you have the same team, local-based team that we have in Europe, and we work together and we learn from each other. We have to learn. A researcher is learning all the time. A solution that has problem to be implemented at your airport will be a lesson learned for others that consider, okay, we have the solution, it works in Heathrow, it works in Ljubljana, it doesn't work in Yerevan. Why? Probably because of perception, because of the way that we didn't formulate for everybody to understand. And this, for instance, I was just thinking during the presentation of the first session, was a lot of information, but you have to consider the enthusiasm of researchers disseminating the results at the end of the project.
If I
That's
may,
why you've
if I may,
heard a lot of information. Yes.
Delia, I would like to thank Dackaite for this very insightful comments. In the last session, I will introduce you with the mechanism of the European project, and on a specific kind of project, this idea of the social and economic impact of given collaboration is really underlined more than in the other. So you're perfectly right, and that's something to take into account. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ukraine, yes. Elena?
Well, I have to speak with not only my voice. First, I'm just a voice of our CAA. I just communicated via Viber with the head of the department of CAA of Ukraine. Her name is Svetlana Marunich, and now I'm her voice. So first, after this meeting, you know that in May, we organized a meeting with CAA, National Aviation University, and Association of Civil Airports of Ukraine, presenting ANIMA results and involving all Ukrainian civil airports in implementation process of the results of ANIMA. Well, right now we discussed, and I have to say from Svetlana Marunich, who is the head of department at CAA, that we decided to meet and to discuss, and again to gather, to hold a meeting with airports of Ukraine to implement tools and other results. So further results, final results of ANIMA. Now I'm a voice of Odessa Airport, International Airport, and their environmental manager, whose name is Olga Timoshenko. She is online now, but without voicing. This is why I'm her voice. Well, I asked her whether they implement CDA approach in Odessa International Airport, because as I knew before, there was no implementation of CDA in Ukrainian airports. She answered me that perhaps in Borispol. Well, but she said that she is really professional environmental manager. She's progressive even beyond implementation of aviation rules, which I told you yesterday about. She already asked our research center to make noise protection zones according to the rules, requirements of that rules. So Olga Timoshenko said to me that they are really interested in implementing tools, and we will discuss after how to get information approved from Odessa International Airport to put in our virtual tour, which Nico presented. Then next will be the voice of Borispol International Airport, whose environmental manager is Olga Drach, and she's ex-PhD student and assistant professor at National Aviation University, and who is at the same time head of the environmental committee at Association of Ukrainian Airports, Civil Airports. And with her, we decided to launch the next meeting of this committee, Environmental Committee of Association, to discuss what and how we can implement. Because right now it is my voice from Olena Konovalova, National Aviation University. I have to say that, you know, in our projects, research projects, we found the need to analyze using a kind of flight radar, because we try to make our own application to check whether pilots respect the road. It is very important because, for example, our measurements, so we made calculations for Antonov Airlines, their Antonov 1 airdrome, and we found that Mriya, you know, Antonov 225, and Ruslan, which is Antonov 124, they fly how they want, you know. There is a road and they fly somewhere else. What I want to say that we really now are trying to discover a bicycle, not knowing that already somewhere this bicycle is already discovered. So we need this cooperation. I hope European Commission or other funds will finance our X-Noise membership.
Okay, X-Noise is a network for those who don't know in the room, a network working on noise impact. But as you see in the title of this session, and my approach, and Olena, is if we are only considering noise, we are very limited in finding and solving problems. Yeah, noise is not the only, let's say, impact issue when an aircraft is starting engine. We have a mission as well.
Yes, I know.
This project is on noise. We have results, but we have to move further in a bigger picture. And this bigger picture, bringing our colleagues from air quality to the noise table, and also considering the decarbonizing aviation topic, which is coming and where we will find easily funding.
Yes, I know this. I just didn't finish that. We discussed this approach to take into account noise and emissions in 2012 in Motril in Spain. And since that time, we already did something. And we have at National Aviation University some projects taken into account both factors, even more factors, because according to Ukrainian legislation, we need to take into account also third-party risk. It is obligatory, and electromagnetic contamination. So we really need projects in this direction. So we are ready to cooperate.
Agree. Thank you. But you see, you are in a very favorable situation that Ukraine has aviation very well developed. But considering the research for the region, we have to see the angle of different perspectives of conducting research. and considering noise as part of impact and environmental impact, and then moving towards health and air quality. However, if we stick together to the region, we have fantastic opportunities for projects. I would like to hear something from Moldova. Yes, please. Yes, yes, Elena. Yeah.
Oh, a question.
A question. Yes, yes, please, Elena.
Delia, you can finish, and then I will ask you a question because it concerns another subject. So I don't want to interrupt.
Okay, no, it's fine, perfect. No, I just want to ask Vasile from Moldova if Moldova is interested in this cooperation, because my first trip will be to Chisinau, by the way. I already decided, and then from Chisinau I will go to Tbilisi and Yerevan, and yeah.
Yeah, you are and most welcome, and just will be waiting for you.
Thank you.
And actually, I don't know, there's not very much to say from my perspective, but yeah, some projects are already involved, and let's say that we started years ago in 1999, I think. Well, in that time, the support state arrangement was signed with the Eurocontrol that included a few programs and projects, and well, I just count several of them. First was like a local single sky implementation that was benefiting the ATM community at large in Europe. The other one was the implementation of all the navigation in the area to implement the direct routes and saving fuel, the carbon reducing. And what important thing was that you know, this research and this program brought to the table even the military personnel. These suspicious guys, they're always against the opening the new routes. They're always looking for the sky like being their part of it. And after all discussions, they agreed. So now most of the airspace in the country is open for the civil operators. So easy to
That's good news.
Around, yes. One more interesting project was done together with the colleagues from the Comoti. We have them here, and but this one not too much. But some of the researchers from Moldova was involved in the project that we investigated the technologies for the engines of the aircraft. Again, to bring together the carbon footprint.
Thank you. This is a very good example of cooperation, with Romania and other, European entities of researchers. So you've made a very good point to bring research communities into the aviation stakeholder group in order to conduct complex projects. Thank you.
Some development was here. Recently in Chisinau Airport, they built the new runway, and still to analyze because is built further from the left-hand towns or but closer to the right-hand ones. So it's still something to analyze, to make a research.
Analyze to assess the impact.
To see what is the impact. Thank you.
Okay. Look, I'm in a very difficult situation because you have the lunchtime now, so I need an extra time. Please, Alexandra, how much time do I have? Ellen wants to, wants me to answer a question. How much time do I still have? I don't want to, reduce from your lunchtime. Sorry, I cannot hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So we are standing between people in their lunch, so 5 more minutes. I see there Dan already has a comment.
Dan will be the last one. Dan, just a minute. I will ask Ellen. Please, Ellen.
Okay, Delia, first of all, thank you for your presentation, and you're welcome to Tbilisi anytime.
Thank you.
So my question refers to the subject of the mandate of the CAA. You mentioned a couple of aspects of the environmental protection, not only the noise, but also the decarbonization of the airports, as well as the energy consumption and the air quality. So how you see, is the CIA the only capable body in the state who can actually engage in the process of dissemination of the information or addressing the issues? Can you please share the best practice in the Western Europe, how the states are, what are the approach of the state? Is there intersectoral engagement? For example, CIA and the Ministry of Environment are working together. So how it is solved? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for this. I will give you an example from Western Europe and then from Romania. So CIA definitely is the strongest body to implement regulations and to supervise environment. If CIA will leave some issues to the Ministry of Environment, like it is happening in Romania, then it will be a conflict. So CIA has the mandate to defend the sector, which is impacted anyway. Yeah, aviation is polluting. Aviation is polluting in terms of climate change 2-3%. But it's because it's visibility in the sky, because it's part of conference of parties. Yeah, aviation and maritime are very much visible. So that's why ICAO and IMO needs to have very strong measures and to implement it. How? Through member states, through CIA. So definitely CIA is the strongest one. However, when CIA needs to implement, let's say, or to assess noise or air quality, will cooperate and will invite Ministry of Environment. So this is the rule that is working, yeah, to defend the sector. In Romania, personally, I had an issue 10 years ago when CIA only took what they wanted to do and have no headache, yeah, and the rest was to the Ministry of Transport, Aviation team, and in the end, no one was responsible for solving the issue because I was between the two bodies all the time. And the issues are on the table and the issues will have to be sorted. We have the benefit now to sort some issues and clarify them through projects from European Commission. Later, the countries will have to pay and big money to solve the issues. So definitely it's the role of CIA. That's why when I presented this collaborative environmental management, there are 3 actors in implementing and discussing the procedures, but above them, there is a CIA who will say, it works, it doesn't, I need this assessment, I need this clarification, and I run the team.
Okay, so as I understand, it is your strong recommendation that CAAs take over?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, to defend the sector, not to leave the sector, because then everybody will be unhappy.
Yes, because sometimes there is a lack of expertise in the environmental protection field at the CAAs, lack of staff and experience.
Yes, and lack of knowledge. They don't understand from the Ministry of Environment the complexity of running an airport or implementing a procedure or even flying an aircraft. And they come with their knowledge and with their demands. Well, you have to, so no, it's definitely.
At the end of the day, we are the enforcing body. Okay, understood.
Absolutely,
Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome. Dan, please. I have, only 1 minute, Dan. I'm joking, please.
I just wanted to confirm to Tatevic, especially how the things works actually from my experience in such European projects. Usually, for example, the airports or the CAAs can identify the needs of research. So you need to associate with someone from your country, a research institute or something, or a university, and they will do the research. But you identify the needs first. Yeah, so you have a support of research because Horizon Europe is about research. So you need something like this. But you decide the needs and things like that, and you work as a team. Both with the research from your country and together with all the partners. And this is the way it happens.
Yeah. Well, the important is to, thank you, Dan, to start this involvement, to start the engagement, because one project triggers the others and so on. And the team is growing. And here it's our role from Anima to involve you in proposals and hopefully in successful projects. Anybody has any question, any issues to clarify? Because if not, I would like to emphasize again about our willingness to cooperate with you and to meet again and start building up teams and writing proposals. And I can tell you that in March, April next year, yeah, we'll have another meeting, probably per country. I don't know if we can bring everybody in Chisinau. We'll discuss about this. Any colleagues from Anima would like to add something?
Yes, Delia, we have Narcisa that would like to add something.
Please, Narcisa, 1 minute. It's your
Hello?
lunch, it's not mine. I don't have the lunch, by the way. It's 9:30 in UK, so for me it's okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can. Thank you.
I just wanted to make a short observation. Many years ago, we had a similar conversation, but at the level of Romania. And of course, the main focus was the importance of the economic development. So I want to pick on each of the aspects that you emphasized. In the end, after 5 years at least, all aviation stakeholders realized something, that taking into account the environmental issues actually stopped or hindered their initial strategy for economic development. Not taking environmental issues into account at all actually resulted in unwanted situations. So the main and the key idea was the formulation of two questions. Did you consider the importance of environmental issues within your strategy for the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? And also, how could it influence your strategy on economic development? This was actually a feedback from airport representatives, which said, well, I wish I asked myself these questions in the beginning. So that's why yesterday we emphasized the importance of two key aspects, the local context and the need for collaboration at the level of knowledge transfer and at the level of decision-making within the country. So aviation stakeholders, also other experts on the environment, as Delia emphasized. You don't need to build knowledge by yourself because others already have that knowledge. So here comes the need for collaboration and having a network or the opportunity to join a project. This allows you to build that collaboration. So thank you very much, Delia, for all the points
Thank
that
you
you
as well,
raised.
but yeah, I will add that we from Western Europe, we need different locations. So we definitely need our colleagues from Armenia, Georgia, Moldova to join us in future proposals. It's a win-win. Yeah.
One last comment from Olena. She promised me she will be very short.
One sentence. One sentence. Environmental capacity of an airport taken into account noise and local air quality.
Yeah, and I will add growing within environmental limits. That's why we're talking about economic development. However, now we're talking about sustainable development strategy. So what Narcisa said can be very easily incorporated in the national strategy on sustainable development goals.
The last session, and as I was saying to Katevi Grevasian, it will be a one-man show. I am both the moderator and the main and the only speakers, as I will substitute Mr. Kyriakopoulos from the European Commission, who cannot, in the end, who cannot attend to this session. So I'm sorry. I will try to do my best to present in the second time the Horizon Europe program. I will ask for your indulgence. I'm not a specialist in this topic, but nevertheless, I know some things. So first, the ANIMA long-term strategy. So there is an error in my title. This is not more an overview on ANIMA, but the ANIMA long-term strategy. I will be short on this. Before talking about the long-term strategy, we have to make an assessment of what are the outcome of the project. So there are the publicly available outcomes. You have, I think, more than a taste of these outcomes. The web page on understanding aviation noise, the web page on implementing noise intervention. We have, I encourage you to go and see the link also to dozens of workshops, of records, of communication material we did. And we have also some tools that are publicly available. You saw, thanks to Ferenc and to Nico, the noise toolset and the Anima mobile application. Beside of this, beside of those materials which are publicly accessible, there are some others which are not publicly accessible. There is, for instance, some noise synthesis software and noise synthesis that have been used by Onera, Airbus, and Safran to make some simulation of some aircraft. That's on the basis of these tools that the sound have been produced. There is this virtual community tool, which is a standalone version of the noise management toolset, but which provide some new and additional features. For instance, it allows to make some convolution between the noise map and the demographic data. The virtual community noise simulator introduced by Rolt, so the virtual mask. Also, something you didn't see, some dynamic models that have been developed to simulate movement of population during the day. With this, we can, for instance, on some given airport, we can see that maybe there are some noise in the place during the day, but that's not important because during the day there is no one here. Most of the people are then, I don't know, at school for children, at work for well, of course, there are always some people remaining at the place, but at least it allows to ponderate the impact of the aviation noise. And something which is, according to me, also quite innovative. We have a colleague from the Belgrade University. Sorry, no, the dynamic models are from Belgrade University, but we have a colleague from Cergy Pontoise, so in France, who is performing some semantic analysis on some social media around airports. So he made this in English, so around Heathrow, but in the language it could be around some other places, to see how people are expressing on social media, on Twitter, but tomorrow it could do this on TripAdvisor, for instance, how they are expressing, are they happy or not happy with the airport, and what are they saying on social media. And this is also an element which could allow us to refine this very notion of analysis. Okay, when it comes to the long-term strategy, in the mind of project coordinators and in the mind of the European Commission, the long-term strategy is first and foremost the exploitation. Exploitation, I took this definition, which is on the screen, and it's not mine, this is the definition of the European Commission, the utilization of results in further research activities other than those covered by the action concern, or in developing, creating, and marketing a product, a process, or in creating or providing a services or in standardization activities. It's quite large. This is exploitation. I didn't achieve so far to the final version of this exploitation strategy, but I start to think about it. And there are two ways to do the direct exploitation. The direct exploitation for me is the direct commercial usage of Anima product or services. It means patents, it means spin-offs, startups, product, service. And the indirect exploitation are, of course, non-commercial activities, non-commercial usage through some other research, some policy change or social activity. Of course, I put a disclaimer. I can pretend whatever I want on this long-term strategy, but the project will end at the end of the year. So I can make some recommendation, I can make some effort, we can make the consortium, but if nobody wants to go ahead, to go further, nothing will occur. When it comes to direct exploitation, there is something which is very interesting provided by the European Commission, which is a platform named Horizon Results Booster. It's free of charge for project managers and for projects, globally speaking. And it aims at steering research towards strong societal impact, characterizing the value of RI activities for social sessions. Briefly speaking, when, for instance, Nico told you about this noise toolset, or for instance, if someone would like to make a commercial usage of the virtual community noise simulator, and I have to check this with my consortium, who is going to do what, who is willing to do what. This platform provides three sets of services. First, a portfolio dissemination and exploitation strategy. When you want to exploit your tool, you have to have a strategy. And very often, researchers are perfect for making research. They are not so good, or not always so good, to make an exploitation strategy. So this is the first stage, the first kind of support that the European Commission can provide. It can also provide, in the second stage, providing that you have passed the first stage, with their help or yourself, a business plan development. So which market to attack with your product? Did you consider some IP consideration? Did you put a patent? So all the elements that are connected to the business. I encourage you to go to this website if you're interested by this kind of consideration. It's on Horizon Result Booster. You Google this and you will find the link. I didn't put it here, but that's straightforward. And the third one, maybe the interesting, not maybe, certainly interesting for the most advanced product or service, is go to the market. Go to the market is that the European Commission, through this service, will help you to find out some capital venture, some business angel, some people that are able to provide you with some funds or some local or some help in any way to really start a business from your products. For instance, Nico told you that the tool he developed will be, you will have to pay to use it. You will not have to pay to redevelop the tool. The tools have been developed. If someone has to pay, it is, for instance, if let's say, for instance, if Zvarnots would like to put its own tracks in the tool with the flight path of the, it costs time. It costs yes, it costs time person month, and this person months have to be paid. Not the structure, but the time passed to put this in the tool, and maybe through this go to the market, Nico could find some finance with some potential customer also to perform, to achieve this task. This is the direct exploitation. So we start identifying, of course, the noise toolset, but some others. I am in talks with my colleagues to check who is going to exploit something directly. Now, the indirect exploitation. The indirect exploitation is only possible as it is something which is about new research project, new regulation. It, of course, will rely on the institution, of key institution. Which one? The ICAO, maybe also some other local, but regional institution linked to the ICAO, for instance, the European chapter of the ICAO, which is named ECAC, for instance. It could be also the World Organization, the EC, of course. First kind of exploitation, and I was telling to, I don't know who I tell this. Sorry, maybe to Ioana speaker, I think, that I made a presentation a few days ago to the ICAO to encourage them, for instance, to start an early implementation of Regulation 598, because as I explained you during my previous talk, if for smaller airport growing fastly, if we don't do this very early, then it's too late. I would also encourage, and I'm exchanging with the European Commission on this and with the ICAO, to review the metrics for annoyance. The noise metrics are perfect for aircraft certification, or at least I don't know if they are perfect, but they are suitable for. But they are certainly not suitable to characterize what is annoyance. So one of the key points on which we would like to insist is to review these metrics for annoyance, providing that personally, I don't think metrics will be suitable for annoyance, but rather something such as indicator or methodologies, as it has been explained, especially by Narcicia. Innovation actions. So this is something I will not do alone, certainly. I will say like Uncle Simon, I need you. I need you. As you will see in the next presentation, there are various kinds of support provided by the European Commission, the research and innovation actions, which are research, and the innovation action, which are implementation. And if you want to implement best practices, we have also to lobby, to talk with the European Commission so that they put some call for proposal that will allow us to implement the ANIMA best practice. So to support the initiative, to empower or engage the local community, to support dialogue forums, as explained, for instance, to support the regular evaluation process. It has a cost, and this is no more research. Of course, we can continue and we will continue research, but this is implementation. And also, for instance, there is this idea that we put this name Erasmus written like this, in which, and I think it has been done between Yash and Kiev for free within the project, but we can imagine that someone from a so-called Pathfinder airport, the airport which are the most advanced, some expert, could be detached for some time to one of the less advanced airport to help them to implement some way to address this annoyance issue. It would have a cost, but it could be supported, and I will advocate toward the European Commission so that the European Commission would support this kind of project. Something which is very important, and I will also advocate, is the coordination and support action. What is, so sorry for this European jargon, what is basically coordination and support action? That's just networking. Networking, that's all. Once again, I will take the example of Romania because Romania is a country which benefit a lot from this. Before, now Romania has, for a long time, by the way, a strong aviation industry. But when Armenia accessed, and I think that we talked about this yesterday in the restaurant with Narcissa, when Romania accessed to the EU, the Romanian teams were not deeply involved, deeply connected with the Western Europe researchers. And so this networking action are very critical to make the link. I was saying this to Tatek just before this meeting, just before this session. What are we doing here? What is important? Of course, the content of what we said may be important. Maybe what is important is to know each other face to face. For instance, in my research institute, when I have a colleague who would like to start a project, he is naturally calling his friend from Germany and his friend from Spain and the friend from Italy just because they know each other, because they work with each other, but they don't know guys from Armenia or Georgia or Moldova. So this kind of network are critical for the EU autonomy, and I will advocate toward the EU that this is important not only for us, not only for you, but for them, because if they want to reinforce the weight of the EU, they have to maintain this kind of network, and that's important. And last, research and innovation action. So here again, we have to find a way to take benefit of the ANIMA methodology through some other research project. What we did it for the noise and annoyance issue. But the methodology is not coming only for this. This methodology of dialogue forum, of gathering various stakeholders with opposite interests could be applied to several other issues. First, pollution. We could have the same kind of methodology for pollution. So it perfectly fits the current view of the European Commission, because the new call for proposal of the European Commission are completely transversal. 15 years ago, the call for proposal of the European Commission were very focused. You were able to find a call about a very teeny detail of, for instance, in aerodynamics, the impact of so-called tandem landing gears, one on the others. It was very scientific. There is no more this kind of call in the European in the work program of the European Commission. There are something with some call for proposal that are starting from, for instance, a call could be decarbonizing aviation. Decarbonizing aviation. It starts for the building of the aircraft, to the exploitation, to the recycling. So by nature, this kind of call is requiring to put around the same table people that are coming from completely different horizons. And even for us, I mean, even for me and my colleagues, that's very complicated, because my colleagues do know the guys in the German equivalent of Onera, which are doing the same thing, but they don't know a guy who is dealing with something completely different. So I think that the methodology of ANIMA could be valuably applied in this new framework of seeing the thing by European Commission. This is for the long-term strategy I will have. I will insist, I will tell it to you again. Of course, I can advocate, and I will advocate for all of this, but the project is ending on the 31st of December. So I will keep on advocating afterward, but it does not depend anymore on me alone. It depends on if the, for instance, the Commission, the ICAO would like to support this kind of activity. Of course, I will do my best in this view. I think it's the end. I know that in Armenian we say Shonara Galutian. I don't know how to say in Georgian, sorry, but thank you. So I prepared quickly this slide this morning to substitute Mr. Kyriakopoulos. Sorry, it's coming. Thank you. A brief, so it's to give you how is structured Horizon Europe. I know that that's really not obvious to get in the European project first when you are not in the how to say the cycle of usual suspects, and second because that's very bureaucratic. That's not so easy. So a short presentation. Horizon Europe is the new framework program of the European Commission. It will go from 2021 up to 2027. This is the multi-annual framework program. The amounts, the total amount, the total budget is 55 billion euros. We are not talking about nuts. That's completely impressive. Armenia, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine are or will be associated. Currently, as we are talking, your government are negotiating with the European Commission the condition for accession and to be associated. I have no doubt that you will be, because I don't think that neither Armenia, neither Georgia, nor Moldova or Ukraine would be a problem to access. There have been some problem, and so we don't need to wait the finalization of the how to say this, the association, the agreement, association agreement to start considering the work program. For instance, the work program 2021-2022, which has been already issued. So this is the full list of eligible or to be eligible country: Albania, Armenia, Bosnia, and so on and so on. Georgia is here. Moldova is here. Ukraine is there. What is different between this work program, this framework program, and the former version? What is different is that now the European Commission is much more sensitive to its strategic autonomy. Beforehand, the European Commission was granting even some possible competitors. For instance, Switzerland or Israel or UK, because UK was a member of the EU, where receive grants and start up some, with the European money of the European taxpayer, start up some business that in the end could compete with the EU industry. And as the EU is seeking some strategic autonomy, there are some topics on which, sorry, I make an aparté. I'm talking about this generally far beyond aviation. This is the general presentation of the Horizon Europe work program. So there are some topics, especially space and quantum technologies, for which the European Union decide to exclude, not to exclude, that's much more complicated than this, but well, let's say to exclude some countries. For instance, UK, for instance, Israel, for instance, Switzerland. What are the priorities, the top level, the political priorities of the European Commission? First, this is the recovery, the economic recovery. It means that, if you look at my slide, the very first priorities of the research program of the European Commission is not research. The very first priority is the competitiveness of the EU industry for the sake of the economy. Then there are two other objectives, which are decarbonization, decarbonizing economy, and digitalization. I think that especially, I don't know about, sorry, I don't know about Georgia and Moldova, but I think that Armenia could play a role in digitalization because there is a beginning of digital industry. Maybe that's true for Georgia and Moldova, but I don't know. The second objective is to benefit to EU citizen, taxpayer. It means that when you will write, or when we will write a proposal to reply to a project, of course, we will focus on the scientific excellence, but we will also focus on the social impact. Why are we doing this? Who will be in the end user, the beneficiary of this research? And also, as it has been mentioned by Tamar, empowering women is important, and partake to the diffusion of knowledge, the open science community is also important. But the most important is competitiveness and social and economic impact. This is the global structure of the Horizon Europe program. There are three pillars and a kind of transversal one. Pillar one is what they call excellent science. Pillar two, I don't know how they call this, but global channel, well, that's always an incredible name, but whatever, that's applied research. Pillar two is applied research. And pillar three is innovative Europe. And this transversal pillar is for reinforcing the infrastructure of research. I will not detail this, but a little bit nevertheless. So in pillar one, you will find, pillar one is typically made for, I would say, true scientists. So, you know, the guy who are making academic research. Academic research, this is the pillar named excellence. The European Research Council are grants for individual person with a high scientific value, with high H factor, for those who are making some publication. Marie Sklodowska-Curie action are exchange of researchers for paying some journey of a researcher from one country to another. And research infrastructure is also something to pay some big infrastructure of research. For instance, in my institute, it could be wind tunnels facilities, but it could be, I don't know, anechoic chambers. It could be this kind of big structure, which is amounting a lot of money. Pillar two is applied research. You will find everything and anything in this. This is the biggest pillar. Of course, there is aviation somewhere. It is in the chapter. Let me check. Well, of course, I didn't write it, but there is yes, climate, energy, and mobility. Climate, energy, and mobility is aviation is in this subsection, and you see what I mean. For instance, in this climate, energy, and mobility, there is both aviation and decarbonization. So it means that aviation is not seen for aviation; it is seen the objective which is targeted is decarbonization of economies, and not aviation by itself. It's decarbonization and competitiveness. There is health. There is also agriculture, food, bioeconomy. For instance, there is a wide program named From Farm to Fork. So this is for agriculture. And the third pillar, the third pillar is what they call innovative research. That's new, very new for the EU. This is something to support startups, to support, small SMEs that have a product, that have an idea, but they don't know how to, they cannot grow. They cannot grow because they are lacking money, because they are lacking project. And so this is for small enterprise startups. And what is really new for the European Commission in that field is that they are not only providing some grants, but they could also enter in the capital. The European Commission itself can now enter in the capital of these small companies in order to give them some money, but also to grant them with some credibility. When you have in your shareholders or in the company, as in its shareholders, the European Commission, then the bank are much more can much more grant some money to this company. So that's something which is very new for the European Commission. And last, I will detail this a little bit later. Widening. Well, I don't know very well, but I will detail later on two things which are in this. Two sublines which are named twinning and teaming. I will come later on these two lines. Sorry. So that's not very, I don't know if you can read it, but this is the budget of 59 billion euros, which is split here in the last column among the various topics. And one can see that the biggest one is the number 2, 53 billion euros for para 2, among which you have for, let me check, climate, energy, and transport is 15 billion euros. 15 billion euros. So well, once again, that's really big money. I will not. I have no time to introduce every. By the way, I will be completely unable to introduce every and each of the subsection of the call for a proposal of the European Commission. But I would encourage you to go to this link. You will have the link on the presentation, and check by yourself. For instance, I check for this climate, energy, and transport for 2021-2022. You have a document of, I don't remember, maybe 400 pages of call for proposal. So everyone can find a call for proposal in which he could put a project. That's important. I think that's it. Now, some consideration on Armenia. I'm sorry once again. I didn't know that I will have to make this presentation, and so I gathered some element I had, and I had some element for Armenia, not for Georgia and Moldova or Ukraine, and so. But maybe you could transfer it. What is important for Armenia is that there is still an existing organizational framework. If you want to build up a project, you could, and you don't know exactly how to proceed because that's not so easy. Of course, you can come to us in Anima and some European colleagues, and you will be welcome. But you could go also to the website dedicated to the former program, which was not Horizon Europe, but H2020. And in H2020, you have some list of national contact points. There is the top national contact point, which is Mr. Dikran Arzumanyan in the Academy of Science. And then for each of the subsector, you have your national contact point that would probably give you some other details on what to do, how to do it, how to start drafting a proposal, how to find maybe some colleagues, because you may know some guys in Greece, in I don't know, in Czech Republic that are seeking some partners. So I would encourage you to go and check with this person. And by the way, it's always much more easy to talk in our own language. And so, of course, your national contact points are Armenian, and the same for Georgia, or you have also national contact points. If you look now at the participation in the previous framework program, Horizon 2020, from 2014 to 2020, it's trusted by a few actors. The Yerevan State University, the Mekhitar Eratsi Medical University was the biggest beneficiary. So the medical university has been the biggest beneficiary with 900,000 euros of the European funding. Then the National Academy of Science, 500,000 euros. Then this is, I think that this is the Slavonagan Amarsalani, so the Russian Armenian University, and so on and so forth. But there are few actors, and most of them, not all of them, but most of them are public institutions, public research institutions. Please bear in mind that the EU research program is not only for public research institutions. SMEs, companies, airports, airlines may apply also. That's anyone who has a legal personality can apply. And the first stage is to go on the website of the Commission and to create a PIC number and to register. And then afterward, you will be able to apply. But so there are few actors in Armenia, and the overall amount get by Armenia was something like 3.6 million euros over this period from 2014 to 2020. Of course, that's so small that you cannot read anything, but I will tell you. This is the number of proposals by nature of cause. For instance, this one, I think, is the first one, are the Marie Curie actions. So this way of exchanging scientists between an organization and another one. So in blue plus yellow here, this is the overall number of applications. And the yellow part is the one which had some success. So you see that the success rate on this scale here is rather low. It's rather low, but for this one, which are research infrastructure, and you have here an important success rate of nearly 70%. Not just statistic, but this is to illustrate what has been done in the past and what could be done. I noticed that Armenia, once again, when you will have the slides and me also, I will be able to read what I wrote here in small and very small. But Armenia essentially applied on upstream research, fundamental physics, with astrophysics, with this kind of thing. There are few applications on downstream sector. And according to me, it would be also important to invest in downstream sector, because downstream sector mean added value, mean profits, mean jobs, mean an increased wealth in the society. In Armenia, there are some private companies which are making some R&D, research and development. This is notional. I put some names that I've picked up on the web. This is probably not all the SMEs and companies, private companies in Armenia. But what is striking is that they are just small companies making some products, sometimes very advanced products, but they are alone. They are not connected to the National Academy of Science. They are not connected to the Yerevan State University. There is a disconnection between the researchers, which are making research, and these companies that are making business. And I think personally that the link between them could lead to some very powerful proposal or team between them. I will finish this presentation by these two lines I mentioned: teaming and twinning. Teaming and twinning are important because they are first, they are different. In which way they are different? In usual European projects, you need at least 3 partners from 3 different countries. For instance, it could be Armenia, Czech Republic, and Denmark, or Georgia, I don't know, Georgia, Bulgaria, and France, or whatever. But you need 3. For this kind of project, you need only 2. You need only 2, one from a country which is supposedly advanced, it could be Germany or Sweden, and one from a country which is far less advanced, for instance, Armenia or Georgia or Moldova. And the objective of this kind of project is to, between one institution in Armenia or in Georgia and one in an advanced country, is to upgrade the level of the less advanced country by exchanging with the most advanced one. Yes, to upgrade in this way. What is also very interesting in this kind of project is that you can, through teaming, create a brand new center. For instance, I told you that in Armenia, there is no, according to me, I didn't see any research center for any applied research center. There is the Academy of Science, there is university, but there are no applied research center. There is not the equivalent of a French ONERA for aviation or something for nuclear. There is not dedicated applied research center, and this kind of course, with the involvement of the government here, this kind of call could lead Armenia or Georgia to have their own dedicated research center on applied physics. What is important also for this kind of project teaming training is that what is written here, beyond their core scientific or technological purpose, teaming and twinning projects are expected to demonstrate their social and economic impact on the local region which is considered. For instance, it means that if the government of Armenia decide to set up something, let's say a medical research center, dedicated medical research center in the Lori province, it has to show that it will help to create jobs, to create prosperity in this province. So that's not, once again, we are talking about research, but not only about research, but we're talking about the strategic, with this program here, we are talking about the strategic development of a country, or at least of a region. There have been in Armenia some twinning and teaming program. This one with ARICE, CoBrain, which has been held by the Mekhitar Eratsi Medical University. So it's about, this one is about cancer. This one is about, I think, brain disease. There have been Manaka, held by a branch of the Institute for Physics in Ashtarak. It's about setting up some facilities, but this is a physical institute, but this is again to build up some new facilities for medical research. I don't know exactly the detail, but it may be a new kind of scanner, a new kind of let's say this IRM, well, this kind of device for medical research. And there have been a fourth one in the Russian Armenian University, the Slavonic University, named Nanokiko, about quantum technology. So this is possible. I mean, why not to reproduce what has been done by these bodies in aviation? That's something that would be envisageable either by this training or teaming processes or by some much more modest project, but this is something which is able to be done. This is my first sentences. What has been done in medical science can and should be done on other sectors. As I told you, for me, the entity of the Eastern Partnership country may start to engage through CSA to reinforce mutual knowledge. This is what has been done. This is the journey done by Romania and Bulgaria 10 years ago. So now it's probably your turn, and I would encourage this. As I told you, the openness to private actors is also something that would be valuable because there is this split because of the tradition of what it was research here in former Soviet country. And what it was, by the way, not only in the former Soviet country, it was the same maybe 50 years ago in France. There is this split between applied, academic research and business enterprise. So if we succeed to fill this gap, it will be probably far more efficient. If, for instance, some private company could benefit from the knowledge of some guys in the research institute, it would be certainly very positive. I think that's all. Yes, that's all. Thank you very much. I'm ready to reply to your question. I don't know, maybe I've been too long, no? 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 So it was perfectly clear. They are shy. Okay, maybe afterward. Thank you again. No question by Zoom or by no? No. Okay, I think we are all tired. So thank you for
Laurent?
Yes.
Sorry, this is Leylekian.
Of course.
No, I just want to so thank you for this presentation. It was absolutely clear also for us how to engage with our colleagues from the region. So you mentioned this teaming and twinning. For aviation, we have examples from Moldova, for instance, engaging already with Komoti, but I think it's our role as ANIMA partnership, because we are diverse. Yeah, we have universities, we have research entities here, to identify calls and invite our colleagues from these countries to proposals. CSA is an opportunity, but now Europe is moving very fast. So CSA should be in parallel with clear projects like ANIMA, or projects that will come as part of mission cities, or as you've mentioned in cluster 5 on climate, energy, mobility.
Thank you. You're right. And
personally, I want to, that's why in my session, I really want to commit to invite colleagues from the region to proposals that we are developing as part of Horizon Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Delia. If I may elaborate a little bit further on what you say, very often we are expecting from our research authorities or the governmental authorities to say to us, okay, guys, the priority for you will be this or that or that. Well, I'm now 54 years old, and I know that this kind of instruction scarcely come. So if I would have a message, don't wait for any priority defined by the top level authorities, because it will come, either it will never come or too late. But if you take the initiative, then, and if it's clever, of course, they will certainly follow. Because you are, I mean, we are the expert and they are not. So yes, we have to step quick now, because the world is not waiting for us. That's not only true for Armenia, Georgia, Moldova, that's true also for Europe. For instance, I was talking with some guys leading some startups, and they told me, the EU, I will not apply. That's too long. I need to develop too fast. The time I am developing in Europe, the Chinese have built 3 cities. So yeah, that's so competitive. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your presence. For the colleagues, we were remote for sure, but also for you. At the beginning, I was quite dubious about the possible success of a so-called deported event for a European project here in a country which is not in the EU. But now I realize how far it was required. As we said, the first important point is to know each other. Beyond what we said and what we didn't say, now we know face to face each of you, or most of you, and then if we would have MSA, don't hesitate to contact us, and we will certainly contact you also, either Delia or some other colleagues or me, to think ahead to some project. And if you have some idea, don't hesitate also to exchange. We could see how to embark in some projects. Thank you again, and maybe next time, I don't know, in BDC or in Kisino, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you for this